So I made this video. This video is designed in this way. First, it will be the complete overview of PMP. Then a 1 hour coaching call that I consider as one of the best coaching call, in which I shared with my premium student how to solve PMP questions, how to do root cause analysis. Then 60 questions that I did, I guess 2-3 months back with my students. So this will be almost 5 to 6 hours session. If you watch, it will help you to do the complete PMP in minimum possible time. I hope you watch it. I hope you love it, and do like it, comment it, subscribe, and share all these things. This is for you so that you can become certified PMP. And do put your comments. What do you think about it? Thank you very much, and be great. Become PMP. And if you do, you let me know. I would be there to record your journey. Bye bye. Let's talk about 5 process group in PMP: initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. In this video, I'm gonna give high-level summary of what happens in each and everything in each process group, so that you can get understanding when you are solving PMP questions. This video is specifically designed for solving PMP question. If you want to go deep into what happens in each document, you can watch the video that is here on the link, or you can watch the video that I will put at the end of the screen. Initiation. Basically, even before moving to initiation, let's move to pre-initiation activities. Pre-initiation activities are those activities that happens actually before the project. They justify why we are doing the project. Business case, benefit management plan, and that need assessment. Project actually starts with initiation, where we made the project, that the project has started, the project charter gets formed. Project charter is at our hand, and we start working on that project charter. Now charter is at your hand, you share with the stakeholders. Along with the charter, you get assumption log, which has a list of all the assumptions. A very important document that I'll cover in planning. Then you make a stakeholder register, which basically lists down who are the all important stakeholder. You rank the stakeholder by power interest matrix, who are the important stakeholder. These are the things that happens in initiation. Now let's go to the planning phase of the process group. In planning, we have already made the stakeholder register, so let's use it to make a stakeholder engagement plan, which will talk about what is the current engagement of stakeholder using tool of stakeholder engagement matrix, looking at the current engagement of the stakeholder and what is the desired level of stakeholders, current level, desired level, and we will make stakeholder engagement plan to discuss that pattern document. Stakeholder engagement plan is nothing but the strategies required to engage the stakeholders. Once that is approved by the sponsor or change control board, you go and make communication management plan. Communication management plan, I love to say it, 4R of communication. Right information at right time to right people to have right impact. How much information is needed by anyone? Who needs the information? When they need that information? Where that information should be stored? Why they need information? All these 5W and H is put in the communication management plan. And of course, it is approved by the stakeholder and change control board. Then we look at the resource management plan. Resources are of 4 types, 4M. These are things happening in planning. Planning is all about making project management plan. So all these are actually subsidiary of project management plan. We make like 18 plans and 33 documents, and you can watch it about this video, put it in that link. So in resource management plan, that is 4M, manpower, machinery, money, material. We talked about each and every single individual resources. So let's talk about what is the team, because team will be the most important thing. How do you acquire the team? And when you are acquiring the team, a very important document, that is ground rules. We need to set the ground rules for the team. Ground rules is a part of a document that is known as team charter, which sets ground rules, how to handle that decision, how to handle the conflicts among the team members, what to do about when the conflicts happen, what are the values. All these things are in the team charter. This happens when you are acquiring the team members. You set them initially, the project manager should set them. Later on, the team needs to refine them and need to work with those ground rules. Do put this in the comment, are you enjoying this video, do you like it, and do share it with other people that they can also learn about it. Okay, now the ground rules are set, team charter are set. We need to identify, do we need physical resources or do we need virtual resources? And depending upon the physical or virtual resources, we decide, we look at the strength of the team member, weaknesses and opportunity and threat, SWOT analysis. We can also do MBTI. The purpose is to identify which team member has which skills and give them the task according to their strength so that they can perform better. We use resource calendar to identify thus when the team members will be available, and we also make recognitions and rewards plan to rewards the high performer. We want to do that. This is happening in acquiring. Throughout the project, we'll be identifying the training needs of the team. We will provide those trainings and measure the training outcomes. And in certain cases, we also provide the certificates to the team members. This happens throughout the project. I love Tuckman ladder, which says that forming when the team is acquiring, then storming when the team is settled down and the confusion happen, conflicts happen. Here the project manager needs to use active listening. Are you listening to this video actively? Put in the comment box. And if yes, what is active listening? Let me know. Use active listening to identify the needs of the team members, what the team member wants. Then you use emotional intelligence, which consists of understanding yourself, understanding others, managing yourself, social skills, empathy, like empathy is going in the shoes of others, and motivations. What is motivation? So motivation is another important thing. Then it comes like who are motivated by what. Like Abraham said that Maslow hierarchy of need says that unless your basic needs are not satisfied, you will not move for the higher needs. Or Hertzberg theory of 2 points, which talks about what are the hygiene agent, the minimum requirement, or what are the motivating agent, what motivates to others. This is hygiene theory and motivating theory, if you look into that. Then we come to the next thing. Where is theory X? Are you believer of theory X, like you need to focus all the time, or are you believer of theory Y? Theory X, theory Y states into that. Or are you following McLean theory of power, achievement, affiliation? So we use that to handle the conflict among the team member. We use various techniques to manage the conflict. We can avoid the conflict, or we can do the collaboration. We can force our decision, or we can accommodate compromises and other solution that you need to look into that. All these conflicts management techniques are available for you, and you identify which one is best for you in a pattern project. In addition to that, we look into that at which level conflict is, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4 level, and handle the solution accordingly. We need to understand how to manage the team acting as a servant leadership. Servant leader is more like a mother or father. We need to identify that thing, how we are into that particular thing. So you act as a servant leaders and manage the team, and this happens throughout the project. We need to train and mentor the team members, and that is everything about team. Then we decide whether our scope is fixed, that is, or a scope is adaptive, that is change driven. Depending upon that, we have predictive life cycle, agile life cycle, and we have iterative and incremental. Let's say we have a predictive life cycle, that is plan driven life cycle. If a plan driven life cycle, so first of all I will go with the, if you have a plan driven, then I will go with the change driven. We will collect the requirement using requirement management plan, and we will make requirement traceability. Once the requirement traceability and requirement documentation is ready, so now we will use scope management plan to filter out what are the important requirements, what are not, and we get project scope statement. Once you have project scope statement at your hand, you will make WBS dictionary, and you get scope baseline. Now using schedule management plan, you will divide the WBS work package further into activity list, attributes and milestone list, and sequence them using finish to start, start to start, start to finish, these sequencing. We need to look at that what are the dependencies, mandatory, discretionary, internal and external dependencies. Once we have those dependencies outlined, then we sequence them using critical path method. We look at the lags and leak, and we have a schedule baseline. Remember, for every activity we need to calculate duration using analogous estimation, same, parametric estimation, statistical relationship, 3-point estimation or bottom-up estimation. You have your schedule baseline, and if you want to decrease your schedule, we have crashing as well as fast tracking for that patent purpose. Once you have that, you go to resource optimization technique, resource leveling, where you optimize all the resources, or resource smoothing. Then we go to the cost topic. Using the cost management plan, we estimate the same way, we get cost baseline. We need to look at the funding limit reconciliation, how we funds the team, and plus we need to understand cost baseline includes all the cost activity plus reserves, and management reserves are the part of project budget. I guess let's stop this video here, because we have let you watch this and put me in the chat box how much you know. I will take from planning from here on. We have discussed scope, schedule, cost plans. We have discussed stakeholder communication and resource plan. The next video I will carry on from the plan. Do let me know how you like it or not like it. Thank you. Okay, let's start from where we ended last video. In last video we discussed initiation, and in planning we discussed resource management plan, stakeholder plan, communication plan, scope baseline, schedule baseline, cost baseline. Now we have all three baselines and some important plans like how to manage the team. Now let's talk about a little bit about risk. You see, we make a risk management plan that defines what is the definition of risk. By the way, what is the definition of risk? Risk is any uncertain event that may or may not happen. Any uncertain event that may or may not happen. And if that happen, it can have positive, that is opportunity, or a negative impact on one or all of the project objective. That's kind of the pet definition. I hope that it's simple and you can understand it. Risk management plan defines how you are going to manage the risk. Is your organization risk seeker? They run towards the risk averse, they run away from the risk, or are they risk neutral? What is the level of your organization? We will discuss that in the risk management plan. It defines risk tolerance, threshold, things like that, and which probability and impact metrics are you going to use in your project. That will be discussed in the risk management plan. Once your risk management plan is approved, who approved it? Of course, sponsor approved it. Once that plan is approved by the sponsor, then you start identifying the risk. You look at the past lesson learned register to identify the risk. You use OPS, policies, procedure, tools and templates. You use EEF, enterprise environmental factors. You use prompt lists like VUCA, SWOT analysis, and my favorite, PESTEL analysis, political, economical, social, technical, legal, environmental analysis. What are the internal, external threats or opportunity you have? Of course, business case, benefit management plan, project charter, all these documents will have a risk in it. You will look through those documents, what are the risks that your project may face. Now, risk identification is an iterative process. It can happen at any time, but initially if we put more effort in initial identification, it is better for the organization. We try to identify as many risks as it is humanly possible. Once we have identified all the risks, we put them into the risk register. At this stage, we will put potential owners and potential response. Risk owners are those people who are gonna handle that pertinent risk. So you put the risk owner, you put the potential owner, you put the potential risk response for that risk. Now you have done that, then what we are going to do? Now we are going to handle those risks. We are going to work on those risks. First of all the risks are there, we need to prioritize them. Without prioritization, we cannot work with them. Just like we did for stakeholder, there are two ways to prioritization: qualitative risk assessment and then quantitative risk assessment. We rank the risk both qualitatively and quantitatively. Once we have ranked the risk qualitatively and qualitatively use probability and impact metrics, like take all the risk and just ranked it, what are the most important risks. Quantitative risk analysis is kind of an expensive tool many organization does not do, and it's kind of optional because the skills required for quantitative risk analysis can be sometimes expensive. So we use inference diagram, we use Monte Carlo simulation, that S-curve, we use sensitivity analysis, which is called as tornado analysis, that can help you. All these tools, rank them. By the way, if you need explanation of these tools, I'm gonna put tools and technique playlist here. You can watch that. That can help you a lot in understanding these tools and technique also as an individual way. Acha, once the risks are ranked, we will look at the risk response strategy. For opportunities, we have exploit, number one strategy. Exploit is the most positive word in PMP. I'll repeat, exploit is the most positive words in PMP. If you cannot do exploit, you do enhance or you share that opportunity. And for negative risk, that is threat, we try to avoid the risk, where we completely remove the risk. Or if we cannot do avoid, we mitigate the risk or transfer it. Whenever you transfer the negative risk, you need to pay an insurance or a premium amount to the body. Once you have transferred the risk, then if the risk is above your threshold limit, you can escalate it to the senior management, program manager. And if you cannot do these strategies, then we accept the risk. You see, all these strategies are happening even before the risk occur. We try to avoid, mitigate, transfer. But acceptance is that, okay, we say that let the risk happen, but in acceptance, we have active acceptance. If this risk occur, then this is my plan. That is called contingency plan. If this risk occur, I will have a trigger that will tell me, okay, this risk is going to occur. The risk owner is going to look at the trigger. If this risk occur, the risk owner is going to implement the contingency plan. This is also called plan A. And if that plan fail, we have a plan B, that is also known as fallback plan. Happening even before the risk occur, we try to avoid, mitigate, transfer. But acceptance is that, okay, we say that let the risk happen, but in acceptance, we have active acceptance. If this risk occur, then this is my plan. That is called contingency plan. If this risk occur, I will have a trigger that will tell me, okay, this risk is going to occur. The risk owner is going to look at the trigger. If this risk occur, the risk owner is going to implement the contingency plan. This is also called plan A. And if that plan fail, we have a plan B, that is also known as fallback plan. Okay, contingency plans and fallback plan, plan A, plan B. Okay, let's say this risk occurred now. Now what you will do? Now the risk owner will implement the risk response, and after implementing the risk response, there are two options. Either that response was successful and you have residual risk left, which is acceptable. We say, okay, let's see what it is. Or you have a secondary risk, as risk that occurred because of the response of the primary risk, secondary risk. So you execute on that risk. So this is active acceptance. We also have passive acceptance. We say that, okay, this is a risk, but we don't think this will occur, or we don't want to plan for it. We say, okay, we will handle it later on. That is passive acceptance of the risk. And for passive acceptance risk, we use management reserve. Like we will raise a change request and we will ask management once they occur, give us some money. For active acceptance, we plan it, we put in the cost baseline as a contingency reserves. Important point. Interestingly, contingency plan is a plan that you use for active accepted risk, and contingency reserves are the reserves that you use, just to make it easier for you to understand. Acha. Now you are doing risk audit throughout the process. The audit is all about checking the effectiveness of the process. If this risk occur, what will you do? Risk audit. And you also do risk review meeting. The purpose of risk review meeting is, as the name says, review the risk. How many risks can occur, if these risks are going to occur, how you are going to handle them, how many has occurred in the past between the two risk review meetings, how many risks has occurred, which can impact the project, how they are impacting. So risk review meeting get an output as a risk report that is shared with the sponsor and all those things. Every risk review meeting will have a new risk report and risk registers, of course, thereon. So there are 3 documents that we have discussed so far. The risk topic, risk management plan that talks about how the risk process will be handled, risk register that lists down all the risk, and risk report that shows you the weekly or monthly status of that thing. And another thing that is important to understand, risk review meetings, how many risks has occurred, which can impact the project, how they are impacting. So risk review meeting get an output as a risk report that is shared with the sponsor and all those things. Every risk review meeting will have a new risk report and risk registers, of course, thereon. So there are 3 documents that we have discussed so far. The risk topic, risk management plan that talks about how the risk process will be handled, risk register that lists down all the risk, and risk report that shows you the weekly or monthly status of that thing. And another thing that is important to understand, technical reserve analysis. As the risks are occurring, we want to look into that, how much reserves are left for us, and we need to communicate to the sponsor, change control board, seniors in the risk review meeting. And let's say your reserves are done, then you need to use management reserves and you need to raise the change request for that. Another important thing to understand, risk is any event that has not yet occurred and you identified before. One more time, unidentified event that you identify before occurring and you make a plan for it. When that occur, an unidentified event, you plan for it, you identified it, and the event has not yet occurred, you put in the risk register, plan for it and work for it. And once it occurs, you update the risk register. That's it. But if an unidentified event occur and you identified it later on, or something occur, in simple words, something occur and you don't have a plan for it, that goes into issue log. That goes into issue log. Anything for which you don't have a plan is an issue. Risk and issue difference, important. You update the issue log, you review that, why it was not identified, you do the root cause analysis, how to handle that, you raise a change request, and if the change request is accepted, you implement that and you communicate to all the responsible party, and then later on you look into that, okay, if that issue can reoccur in the project, we will update the risk register, and if that risk can occur in the future project, for sure we will update the lesson register. It's an important concept to understand into that. So that's all you need to know about risk. Then we see, okay, we discuss about the transfer of the risk. So it comes under the procurement. In procurement, we discussed, can we make something or we have to buy something. Once we decided we want to buy something, we make the source selection criteria. What will be my source selection criteria when I am buying from outside? What are the reasons that I feel that I need to buy something from outside? What is the justification? You make a source selection criteria. It can be something is cheap, you cannot do something, so into that. So that's all you need to know about risk. Then we see, okay, we discuss about the transfer of the risk. So it comes under the procurement. In procurement, we discussed, can we make something or we have to buy something. Once we decided we want to buy something, we make the source selection criteria. What will be my source selection criteria when I am buying from outside? What are the reasons that I feel that I need to buy something from outside? What is the justification? You make a source selection criteria. It can be something is cheap, you cannot do something, so cost to quality, or thousands of other reasons can be there. You identify those reasons, put it into the source selection criteria. Now your source selection criteria is ready. Well done, you have made a good progress. Now we decide whether the scope is fixed or not. If your scope is fixed, we go with a fixed price contract. If your scope is not fixed, we go with the cost reimbursement contract. Fixed price have firm fixed price incentive fee, and fixed price economic price adjustment that is used for the inflation thing. Cost has cost plus fixed fee, cost plus incentive fee, cost plus award fee, and plus of course you have a time and material contract along the way that is based on subscription model. Once the contracts are finalized, we made procurement statement of work. That's kind of a thing what I actually need. I share it to the people. Okay, I need this thing, please share this thing with me. I share it with a third party. Okay, look into that, and they share us that thing. So procurement statement of work is ready with us, and then we make a procurement management plan that defines how the procurement is going to happen, what we are going to do in the procurement, things like that. So that's happened in the planning part of the procurement. I'll cover that later and upcoming what happens in execution, monitoring and control. Then we look at the quality plan. In quality is all about agreeing to the standards. We look at that, what are the standards we are going to follow, which standards we are going to benchmark, which we need to look into that. And we look the cost of quality, cost of conformance, money spent to avoid failures and money spent because of failures. What is the cost into that particular domain, like training cost, appraisal cost, all these things come the cost of quality. We agreed with that, we get quality management plan which is approved, and now the quality standards are agreed. We get the quality matrix, that KPI matrix. So quality things are agreed. Important thing, all the compliance things, all those things, even the quality compliance, it goes into risk register. Okay, so we have discussed so far in planning: stakeholder plan, communication plan, resource plan, scope baseline, schedule baseline, quality plan, procurement plan, risk. So that is the sum up of all the plans, and then we go to the big, and that is integration plan, project management plan, which happens in integration. We combine all the plan and we get it approved. Project management plan is ready, which has change management plan, how you are going to handle any changes. I'll come in next video. I will go to Agile, so we'll talk the change. Then we have a configuration management plan that talks about the product, how we are going to handle that, which life cycle we are going to look into that. We decide that, and we have project management plan here. I hope that video makes sense to you. This is all about planning. So far in the two videos we have initiation and planning. In the next one I'll go with the Agile. I'll try to summarize the Agile, and then we'll move towards execution. If you like this video, feel free to let me know how did you love it, and feel free to put your comments. And if you want to join my program, you have my number, contact me. Thank you. Let's discuss now Agile. What is basically Agile? I love to say that Agile is more of a mindset. What do I mean by Agile? You see, Agile is a combination of 4 values of Agile, 12 principles and multiple practices like Scrum, XP, Lean, Kanban, Scrumban, Crystal, etc., etc. But all these things actually are secondary. The primary and the most important thing is its 4 values, which make the mindset. And the mindset is that as a Agile person, you must be acceptable to the change. As an Agile person, you should behave with the team in a professional way. You should always find the opportunity to train them. You should always find a way to add value to the customer. This is the Agile mindset. If I go by book, customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Like you collaborate with the customer more than what is written in the contract. In predictive, we always say that do what is written in the contract. But in Agile, we say that let's collaborate with the customer, provide value to the customer, and that value when provided, that can give you much added result, long-term result. I would even say that it's more of a like thing when you have a relationship, when you are living in a town. So you collaborate with the people. If you have a shop, people come, sometimes they don't have money, you say okay, you can give me the money, and later on, that is kind of a collaborating with the customer. So Agile is not something new, it is actually the way how the business have been done for thousands of years. How small business, and Agile is more towards more small businesses. So how small business have been operated, a small shop, small teams. And one of the concept, of course, Agile is for small team, 10 to 12 team members. So customer collaboration over contract negotiation is one value. Then same type of value, respond to a change over following a plan. You see, we want to add value to the customer, we want to deliver value to the customer. For that we make minimum viable product, like whatever the features are produced, let's give it to the market, get the feedback and change it accordingly, instead of waiting for perfectionism, which actually never comes. So release that. So even when you are building, there's a change that can add value to the customer, do that change. That is an important thing. Third value more goes towards business people need to work and how the team is important. It all comes down to the same thing. Work is done by the team. You want great motivated people who can work together, generate something, and that's how everything in the world has been created. Every single product is created because of the team, not because of the right processes. Yes, there may be one or two good things that have been produced because of a process, but most of the things have been produced because the great mind work together and they produce something. So Agile says that individual and interaction over processes and tools. So that is the third value and the meaning I have explained to. The fourth value goes towards the minimum business increment or minimum viable product, like whatever works, that is the most important thing. Talking is good, but whatever works, that is actually the most important thing that we need to work into, that we need to produce. So that says working software over comprehensive documentation. So we don't want to waste our time on documentation, but it does not says that you don't do the documentation. It says that over comprehensive documentation. We do last responsible movement documentation, whatever is required. So these are four values of Agile: individual and interaction over processes and tool, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, respond to a change over following a plan, working software over comprehensive documentation. The 12 principles have been made from these values. Like we want to simplify those things, we want to focus on quality, we want to people who are motivated, and we want to give incremental delivery. And of course, incremental delivery is one of the cornerstone of Agile. Once you have 4 values and 12 principles, then taking into the consideration from the PMI point of view, Scrum is very important. Scrum is a framework under which the team work together. It is very simple. If you are a fan of cricket or football, Scrum actually came from the football, American football. So what happens, the 11, if you are a fan of cricket, 11 or 12 team member work together, they look at how we are going to do that. So let's take the example of cricket. There are 11 team members and the 12th player, of course. So let's say 12 team member. At the start of the cricket match, they get together and in a circle, maybe they think what we are going to do, what is our plan, how we can execute. Let's say it's a 2020 match, and once the match is completed, at the end of the match, of course they have a scorecard which says they win or they did not win. But after the match is over, they go together. Now only team is there. The team do the retrospective to learn how we are doing it. And of course, throughout the match, they are looking at what we are doing, good, bad, how we can improve. So similar way, Scrum is there. In Scrum, we have 5 events. The first event is sprint itself, which is 1 to 4 week of duration, minimum 1 week, 4 week, normally it is 2 week. So what happens in a sprint, you actually produce everything. Agile plans work in that way, to take the entire product and you divide it into small releases, and then releases are further divided into sprints. That is, let's say 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. So you have a sprint, and at the start of the sprint, you do sprint planning. You plan for the entire sprint, just like the team plan for it. And once you make a plan, and product owner who's a responsible person who defines the value and who looks for all the items in the that is in the product backlog, the entire list of requirement. He basically comes there with the team, development team, and scrum master. Scrum master is kind of a facilitator, servant leader, or agile project manager. They come there and they take from the highest value of the product backlog and put into the sprint backlog. Sprint backlog is a list of requirements you are going to complete in this Spartan sprint. So they take it from the product backlog, put in the sprint backlog, and once everyone agrees, okay, this is the thing we are going to do, and of course product owner will say do more, team will say we can do this much, and of course the team defines the how much we can do. How much they can do in one sprint is called as a velocity of the sprint. Velocity is how much story points, which is story point is the effort required to complete one user story, and user story is just an agile way of saying requirement. One more time, user story. As a user, I want this so that this can happen. It's a requirement in the form of agile. For example, as a user, I am making this video. I want to drink coffee or water while making this video so that I can speak better. So that is my user story. That's a user story. So how much time it will take, how much effort it will take is story point. For every user story, there will be certain story point, and there are way to calculate story point. Ideal odds, that is how many odds there. Affinity estimation, small, medium, large, small, how much you want, and of course Fibonacci series 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. Those are story points we put it. So we have user stories, story point, and then we say how much story point we can do, that is velocity. So let's say we say 15 is the velocity of an agile team. So we share the sprint goal to the customer, the goal is agreed, now we start working the sprint. Then every single day team get togethers and they say how much we have completed, how much we are gonna do, what is there any roadblock, impediment, things like that. This is called daily stand-ups, daily scrum, like it's kind of a progress sharing meeting. It's we limit it to 15 minutes. We try to do it same time, same location to have a better structure, not product, and you divide it into small releases, and then releases are further divided into sprints. That is, let's say 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. So you have a sprint, and at the start of the sprint, you do sprint planning. You plan for the entire sprint, just like the team plan for it. And once you make a plan, and product owner who's a responsible person who defines the value and who looks for all the items in that is in the product backlog, the entire list of requirement. He basically comes there with the team, development team, and scrum master. Scrum master is kind of a facilitator, servant leader, or agile project manager. They come there and they take from the highest value of the product backlog and put into the sprint backlog. Sprint backlog is a list of requirements you are going to complete in the Spartan sprint. So they take it from the product backlog, put in the sprint backlog, and once everyone agrees, okay, this is the thing we are going to do, and of course product owner will say do more, team will say we can do this much, and of course the team defines the how much we can do. How much they can do in one sprint is called as a velocity of the sprint. Velocity is how much story points, which is story point is the effort required to complete one user story, and user story is just an agile way of saying requirement. One more time, user story. As a user, I want this so that this can happen. It's a requirement in the form of agile. For example, as a user, I am making this video. I want to drink coffee or water while making this video so that I can speak better. So that is my user story. That's a user story. So how much time it will take, how much effort it will take is story point. For every user story, there will be certain story point, and there are way to calculate story point. Ideal odds, that is how many odds there. Affinity estimation, small, medium, large, small, how much you want, and of course Fibonacci series 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. Those are story points we put it. So we have user stories, story point, and then we say how much story point we can do, that is velocity. So let's say we say 15 is the velocity of an agile team. So we share the sprint goal to the customer, the goal is agreed, now we start working the sprint. Then every single day team get togethers and they say how much we have completed, how much we are gonna do, what is there any roadblock, impediment, things like that. This is called daily stand-ups, daily scrum, or like it's kind of a progress sharing meeting. It's we limit it to 15 minutes. We try to do it same time, same location to have a better structure, not to miss anything. And we have information radiators. Information radiators are kind of a showing you a progress. It can be task board, Kanban board, which has limit on work in progress limit. We close the retrospective. That's the entire Scrum. So Scrum have 3 roles: product owner, who decides the value, who can cancel the sprint; team, who decides how the things will be done, how much time it will take; Scrum master, who's a facilitator, who facilitate between all these people, and if there's any issue, he can work into that. And we have 3 main document: product backlog, which is list of all the requirement, all the user story prioritized; sprint backlog, each sprint will have each sprint backlog; and product increment. That's the entire Scrum for you. We have burn up chart, how much work is done; burn down chart, how much work is remaining; task board, Kanban board. Kanban is a special type of task board which has work in progress limit, how much work you can do there. And one of the benefit of the Kanban board is you can identify bottleneck. You see, this is the bottleneck of my water, this water bottle, how much I can drink at one time. So that is a bottleneck. So similarly, which thing is stopping you, that is the bottleneck of that pattern thing. So you identify that. That is the entire Scrum. We also have a lean methodology which talks about how we can remove waste through that, and value stream mapping, like which shows lead time and cycle time. Lead time is the when user story was requested till it is completed, and cycle time is when team actually started working on it. So that is also there. Lead time, cycle time is there. And we identified then a methodology like crystal. Crystal basically look at the criticality of the project. If it is crystal clear, the project is easy. If it is magenta or other crystal, the project is difficult. That's the Agile you need to know for the PMP. I hope that makes sense to you. One more time, remember 4 values of Agile, 5 events in Scrum, 3 roles, and then 3 artifacts, and you will be good to go in the Scrum. Understand the mindset of the Scrum and you will be easy to do. Remember that whenever a change is requested in Agile, it directly goes into the product owner. He put in the product backlog and he reprioritizes the product. As compared to what we discussed before, in all the plans, if a change is requested, a change must be requested formally, officially. It goes to the change control board after the project manager do the impact analysis, and they evaluated change should approved or not approved, and if it is approved, then we work into that way. So that's a difference between change request, how you do that. So this so far we have covered initiation, actually pre-initiation, initiation, planning, and now the Agile is also covered. In the next video we will look into the execution. I hope that makes sense to you. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Still, if you have any issue, feel free to put your answers in the comment. I will be love to answer you. Thank you. Bye bye. So far we have discussed pre-initiation, initiation, planning, and then Agile. Now let's talk about execution and monitoring and control quickly. Execution is all about now your plan has been approved. Now you start working on that plan. The project management plan is approved. So anything that if you want to change it in the execution, of course, you need to raise the change request. Execution and monitoring and control overlaps in that way. So let's say a work is done, a deliverable is produced, and while the deliverable is being produced, by the team, the quality team will make sure that the deliverable is produced according to the quality agreed standard. So they do the audit to make sure the process is effective and there is no problem in the process. They will ensure that. The tools we will be using is like control chart and checklist, check sheets, and if we identify any defects in control quality, we will be using tools like inspection to make sure that it is according to that. And if we find a root cause analysis, why analysis, that fishbone diagram, and of course the beautiful tool of Pareto, scatter diagram, failure mode effect analysis, sampling. All these tools are identified at quality assurance and quality control to make sure right deliverables are being produced. Once the deliverable is produced, the quality team and control team will check it, inspect it according to quality management plan, and if it is according to quality management plan, that deliverable becomes verified deliverable and it goes to validate scope. In validate scope, client checks the deliverable. As I said, monitoring and control and execution overlap. Client checks according to the scope baseline, because with the client scope baseline was agreed, the client check according to scope baseline, and if it is according to scope baseline, we get accepted or validated deliverable. It's an important concept to understand. Only verified deliverable will be checked by the client. Non-verified deliverable will not be checked by the client. It's a critical concept to master, to understand, to comprehend, that first the deliverable comes to control quality, they check it, they say okay, approved by quality, then it goes to validate scope where client check the deliverable and work into that, and you get accepted or validated deliverable. Otherwise, at any step, if it is not accepted, you raise a change request to do corrective action, preventive action, or defect repair. So this is quality in a way. If we talk procurement, so we had made the procurement statement of work. Now we will have a bidder conference with the bidders to make sure that they understand the requirement, that things are clear to the bidders. So we start working into that. Once that is done, that is good. Then now we will move to the next step. And next step is getting the agreement, having the negotiation with them regarding the price. So once that is done, then in the monitoring and control, deliverables start coming to you. So when deliverables are coming, if you want to do audit is always checking the effectiveness of the process. If you want to do audit of them, it must be written in the contract that you want to do audit. This is the way how the audit should be done. This is the audit that you want to do. So let's say you want to do their audit, which must be written into that. So you do the audit. Audit is either done according to the contract or it is not done. It must be done in the contract. Then comes the inspection. Now inspection is like, I bought this airport from Apple. I went to the Apple store. When I bought this airport, I open it, I check it whether it meets the agreed thing or not. If it meets that, then it is accepted, procurement is closed. If it is not, then a conflict has raised. If a conflict is this, you will follow this step. Step 1, try to get a win-win situation, collaborate. Step 2, if you cannot collaborate, do what is written in the contract. If contract is silent, try to get a mediator, a third party. Try to resolve the conflict out of the court. But if even that is not possible, now the last step is you go to the court. Remember this thing, we want to settle outside the court. So you do this thing, all these things outside the thing. And procurement, another important step is that procurements are closed throughout the project. So your procurement is closed. We implement the stakeholder and communication plan to make sure the agreed stakeholder engagement plan is relevant and communication plan is effective. In managed communication, which happens in execution, the entire communication of the project, how much people need information, who needs, is actually executed in this project. We communicate with them, all the information is communicated with them, how much it is needed, all the effectiveness is here. And of course, throughout the project, if we need to update the stakeholder communication plan, we will raise the change request. For the risk, we already discussed, we monitor the risk throughout the project in risk review meeting, and we handle that thing. So we discussed scope, we discussed quality, procurement, both execution and we discussed stakeholder communication, procurement, risk. Throughout the project, we are looking at our scope, schedule, cost, through control, scope, SPI, CPI, SPI and CPI schedule performance index, cost performance index. It should be great. CPI, SPI and CPI schedule performance index, cost performance index. It should be greater than 1, and then that will be a best thing for you. SPI schedule performance index or schedule variance, cost performance index or cost performance. These are the things that you measure your scope and schedule with. So you must know what are the tools that we use to measure everything. For scope, and for scope we measure how many change requests are there. For schedule and cost, we use SPI, CPI. For risk, we look the risk review report, how many risk has occurred. For quality, quality reports, quality control measurements are used. And then stakeholder engagement plan and communication plan is checked, procurement plan is checked. Another important thing, throughout the project, work performance data, raw information is generated. This has happened, this has happened, deliverable has been produced, this has happened. That raw data goes to all the departments, and everyone compare their plans and generate a report which is called work performance information. Work and performance information is a next level of data. Like data was generated, it's a low level raw information, then work performance information made by every department, and then you get the work performance report. One more time, try to make it simple. Let's say you have 9 departments: scope, schedule, cost, quality, procurement, risk, etc. The data is generated that the project is being executed, these deliverables are produced. Those deliverable goes to each department. Each department will compare it according to their plan and discard the remaining data and produce work performance information. So every department will have their own work performance information, like their status report. That goes to project manager, and project manager will create a comprehensive work performance report that is shared to all the stakeholder or important stakeholder according to what? According to what? Communication management plan. So that is what happens in monitoring and control. I hope that make sense to you. Execution, monitoring and control. Deliverables are produced, issues are handled. We already discussed in planning how issues are handled. Change requests are raised and approved. Work performance reports are handled. Risk are executed. Stakeholder engagement is executed, a very important thing. And of course, if it's agile, the scrum thing happens. Now comes to the closing thing. So closing comes in two basic way. The project is successful, the project is unsuccessful. Now unsuccessful can be any reason that we cannot, like the deliverables are not valuable anymore, the project has become obsolete, you are run out of money, the project has handled into any risk that cannot be done, risk can be compliance, whatever. So either project is successful or unsuccessful. Both way, once the project is completed, the step number one is you get approval from the sponsor. Sponsor approve the project, now you can close. Is get you start writing final report. That is after sponsor approval, that is the next thing. Then you start updating lesson learned register, start updating project documents. Once lesson learned register are updated, you archive them. Project documents, you archive them. Lesson learned register, put in the lesson learned repository. The detailed final report is shown to the sponsor. If he shared, you shared it to all the stakeholders according to communication plan. You start doing administrative closure, all documents are updated, final report is shared. Now you release the team and you celebrate the success. Important document, once the project is completed, benefit management plan is checked to verify whether the identified benefit have been achieved or not, and this must be reflected in the final report. This was the complete series about the how the project is started from initiation and how we at the end measure benefit. I hope that series makes sense to you. I hope I have made it as simplified as I can do. If you loved it, do let me know about the things in the comments, and if you find it that I can make further improvements, I'm always there to improve it. Do subscribe the YouTube channel because this motivates me to do more. I still remember when I had 10 subscribers, all of them are family member, and now alhamdulillah I have more than 12,000 subscribers. Thank you for all the love. Please keep spreading this love, and see you when you join the program. The number and email is there, and best of luck. And if you become PMP, do let me know. I love to record your journey. And with that, enjoy this series. No matter how much knowledge of PMP you have, project management you have, you can have experience of 3 years, which is the minimum requirement for PMP. And you may have a requirement, you may have experience of 20 years. Does not matter. When it comes to PMP, there are few things that you need to master in order to solve the PMP questions. So we are going to discuss those things, and I'm going to explain my 7-step formula to you guys, how that 7-step formula can help you and go into that. I'm going to go to very basic because we have a lot of batch 4 students that are joining for the first time. And I want to make sure they understand what that thing is, how to do root cause analysis, what root cause is. And I will look into that what are the best practices of root cause analysis and what is the minimum that you should do the root cause analysis. To put in a very simple way, even before we start, root cause analysis for me is the heart and soul of PMP. If you are not doing root cause analysis, it will be very difficult to do PMP. Okay, root cause analysis is the key. But let's get into the basics. Mohit, I'm making you co-host in case people are coming, add them. While also you co-host. Okay, so let's get into that. Let's see how the root cause analysis and some of the basic rules that we need to while we are solving PMP questions. Okay. So step number one of the most important thing that we need to follow is that unless mentioned in the question, guys, mute yourself, please. Unless mentioned in the question, unless it is clearly categorically mentioned, you will consider yourself as a servant leader. You will consider yourself as a servant leader, which means you will give importance to your team, which mean you will listen to your team, which mean you will act like a mother or father, which means whenever there's a problem, you will identify training need, you will identify training need, provide them training, identify training need, and you will provide them that pertinent training, which means you will not guys, please mute yourself. I have said it multiple times before. Whenever you come, always mute yourself. Okay. So, which means we will always find a way to improve our team, which means we will always look to the ways that can help the team to improve. Servant leadership mentality. Is this clear to everyone? Put in the chat box. Is this clear to you or not? And if it is clear, what is clear to you? Put that thing. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Put in the chat box. Servant leadership mentality. We need to have a servant leadership mentality in every single question. Unless it is stated otherwise in any way, we will act as a servant leader. And if you feel hurdle in the concept of servant leader, consider yourself as a mother or father. Like I love this example. If a child is trying to go to the stairs, it's a toddler or a little bit, the mother will stand beside him or behind him so that it does not fall, but she will just look him to try to do that thing. And if he needs training, then she provides that training. This is the core concept behind servant leadership mentality. Servant leader is not always, no, team is good. No, 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 no. Servant leadership goes with the situational leadership. It goes to the situational leadership that the team may need a little bit direction at some time. The team may need coaching, mentor, all the things the team may need at a certain time. So as a project manager, it is your job to make sure the team get all those things. Servant leadership mentality is the first thing that every team should follow. This is the holy grail of solving question answers. Acha ji. Second thing, all questions should be considered as hybrid questions. Unless it is mentioned that you are working in an agile environment, or it is mentioned you are working in a predictive environment, it is mentioned in the question. If it is not mentioned, you will consider yourself as that you are working in the hybrid environment. Now the question comes, what does hybrid environment means, right? If there is a change, you will go to change control. If you want to update a plan, first of all, we will have all plans there. If you want to update the plan, go to change control. You act like a servant leader. You provide trainings to team. You focus on the value. This is hybrid methodology for you understanding that important thing. Okay, these two are important things in solving the question answers. Let's see a few more things. If an unidentified event is identified before happening, it goes into risk register. It goes into risk register. An unidentified event is identified. Okay, an unidentified event is identified. It goes to risk register. If an unidentified event occur, it goes into issue log. It goes into issue log. This is another critical thing that we need to look into. When we go to identified, when we go to issue log. Okay. Always look into that. Acha. Now, let's go to the 7-step formula, and then from there we will look into that, how we can improve into that. The most important thing in the entire PMP is read the question slowly. Read the question slowly. Now, you may say that, but clock is ticking. Yeah, I know that. Still read the question. You may say that, but I will run out of time. Yeah, I know that. Still read the question slowly. Why? When I talk slowly, my brain slow down. I read the statement one time. If I read fast, then what happens? I read the question multiple times. I read the question multiple times. You may be saying that to me, sir, we have to read the question again and again because you are reading too fast. 99% of the audience that is sitting in this group, their second languages or third language is English. What is your first language? Put in the chat box. I would love to know that. What is your first language? Put in the chat box. Put in the chat box. What is your first language? So you can see, I love this thing. Urdu, Hindi, Telugu, Punjabi, Creole, what else? Pashto, Tamil, Marathi, languages. Sindhi, Odia, Gujarati, Marathi, Malayalam, Arabic, Kannada. So many different audience from so many. But one thing is common. English language is the second language. So you may feel that I'm running out of time. No. You are not running out of time. Slow down. Please slow down. Especially when you are doing the first 13 topics. The most important thing is to understand the concept. The number one rule of solving PMP question is, put in the chat box, slow down. Now this thing I have to put in you again and again. I know it for a fact. We are wired. No. I need to do it early. I know. Slow down. Down. That is the most important thing. Most important thing. You will see, I would like daily, two students are almost clearing daily or after 2 days, etc. But none of them, at least if I have 100 students, Maybe one student say that I ran out of time. None of them ran out of time. So there is something I am doing right. Yes or no? Right? They don't run out of time. And you cannot say that right now we have 987 students in 2 years and 4 months. Okay. 987 students. If out of 987, I guess only 4 to 5 students had time problem. So we are doing something good. Please follow this thing. Step number 1. Step number 2. Acha, this is applicable especially when their question is 3-liner or more. Read the last line first. Why? The last line will tell you what you should do next, what you should have done, what is the best way to do, how this could have been avoided, what will you update, things like that. Okay, we will solve the questions. Like, one thing is for that, most of the time you need to know the sequence of that. Now your question can come, how do I know the sequence? The same videos that I'm putting on daily basis. This comes first. Like, let's say, let's say the sequence. Project charter is made, then along it assumption log, then stakeholder register, stakeholder engagement plan, communication plan, resource plan, then all other plans are being made. So that is the way to do that, no? Sequence. So are you with me? Does this make sense to you? Okay. So 2 steps to solve the question answers. Second step, or third step actually. Guys, please mute yourself. Whoever is, mute yourself. Please. Co-host, mute everyone who comes. Please. Acha ji. The next step. Now this is very critical. Every question has keywords. Every question has 1 or 2 keywords that change the entire dynamics. Identify those keywords. And I do recommend, while you are doing the root cause analysis, keep the list of those keywords. Keep the list of those keywords. Okay, keep the list of those keywords as you move along. As you move along, that will help you later on. That's why I want you to be on excellent cause analysis. Acha, next step, identify process group. How many process groups are there, guys? Please put in the chat box. How many process groups are there? Put in the chat box. Put in the chat box. 5. In initiation, you talk about only 3 things: project charter, assumption log, stakeholder register. In planning, we talk about how. Now there are 3 process groups. Seriously, do tell me what are the 3 process groups. Planning, maybe you are referring to domains, people, process, business environment. Maybe you confused it. In planning, we talk about how to do that, scope baselines, how and what, how and what. In execution, you are doing it, managing the team, handling the conflict, working. The 4th one is the most interesting one. You are comparing plan versus actual. You are raising the change request. And the 5th one, you are closing it. Initiation and closing is the most easiest one. You are closing everything. Clear to everyone? Acha. Put in the chat box what happened in each of them. Quickly. Put in the chat box what happened in each of them. Initiation, business assumption log, plans. Okay, good. What else? What else? Keep putting there. Okay, what else? Keep that coming. What else? Execution. What else? This is an important question, guys. Everybody must know. If they don't know, ask me here. This is important. What happened in each process group? Ibadullah, I am still waiting for your answer. Kamran, your answer I cannot see in the chat box. Sarika, where is your answer? Wajid sir, I don't see your answer. Wajid Khan, Hassel Munir, I don't see your answer. Sohail Anwar, Mohit, need to see your answers. What are your answers here? Please put in the chat box. This is important for everyone. Everyone is clear about 5 process group. This is key of the question answers. If you are not, the video I made like on last Sunday, I'll share it with you. Ask me, watch that video. That's very critical. Or the video I shared today, initiation and planning, that is very critical. What happened in each process group? You don't need to remember. You don't need to remember. You need to understand. Flow. Acha ji, let's go to the next. Let's go to the next thing. Where was I? Acha. Now, which life cycle we are going to use? This it all comes down to two things we discussed. On the x-axis, delivery. On the y-axis, scope, which is requirement. If scope is variable and delivery is in parts, which life cycle we use? If scope is variable and delivery is in parts, which life cycle do we use? Agile. Well done. If scope is fixed and delivery is in single part, which one we use? Predictive, plan driven. Okay. And if delivery is single but scope can change, if delivery is single but scope can change, delivery is single, one go, iterative. And if delivery is in parts, we will use incremental. Another holy grail of PMP, which life cycle it is. Okay. These three are called change driven. And of course, this is plan driven. Which life cycle you need to use, that you need to look at. But as a general, what we said, if we are unable to decide, or if it is not mentioned in the question, straightforward go for hybrid. Okay. Acha ji. We are done with that. Understand the role of the like what is actually happening in the question. Try to correlate. All the questions are scenario based questions. All the questions are scenario based questions. And if you don't use all 6 steps and just use this step, you can solve 90% of the questions. Elimination technique. If I put all these 7 steps to 3 things, I want you to do that. First is slow down. Second is identify the keyword. Third is use elimination technique. And if I have to say only do one thing, use elimination technique. Elimination technique. What does elimination technique means? Now that is the $1 million question. Or that is a PMP question, not $1 million. I haven't done million, so I should say that. So what is the biggest question here? The biggest question to look into that. The biggest question to ponder here is this. That is, if you go to every single option, you look that option, and if you feel that is wrong answer or right answer, you must justify it. Why? You must justify. A is the wrong answer. Why? B is the wrong answer. Why? C may be the answer. Why? D is the answer. Why? So A and B eliminated. You go to C and D. Why do you think C is better than D? Justification. This is elimination. It's easier said, difficult to do. Because you need to do all 6 steps to do the 7th step. You need to do all 6 steps to do the 7th step. Makes sense to everybody? I hope so. Now let's go to the last pro tip I do. You need to do the root cause analysis or lesson. I can share this book with you. You can just, I'll share in the group later on, not an issue. So these are the 7 steps. Anything that is not clear to anybody, please ask. Then I'll move to the next. Then we'll start practicing these 7 steps. I'll use some of the questions that we have already done. Okay. Yeah. Anushka, you don't need that. Don't do that. What to write in the lesson learns. Now I will be coming to that. Okay. Those specific questions, Anushka, maybe we'll answer that later time. First, I want to work it here with that. Acha. So now let's come to the most important thing. How to do the root cause analysis. What is the best way to do the root cause analysis? There are many ways that are best way. There are many ways. I wouldn't say any of the way is not the right way. You can do the root cause analysis in any way, but we'll come to the root cause analysis in a while. The most important thing right now is to first start doing the question. Let's do one question, 1 or 2 questions, and from there I'll tell you how cause analysis, which way is the best way and which way I like. Okay, makes sense to everybody? Everybody agrees on that? I'll solve the question. Okay. Acha ji. So I put the timer, a big timer, so that, but now that is a beautiful thing. I put the timer, I want you to ignore the timer. To practice. Slow down. Please mute yourself. Put your answer in the chat box. I'll solve after 70 seconds. Put your answer in the chat box. And I need an answer. If A is the answer, whatever the answer is, you need to justify why all 4 options are the wrong options. All 3 options are wrong options. Why this is right, why this is wrong. I need that justification. I need your justification. Acha ji. Step number 1. Which document? I will slow down. I'll read the last line first. Which document? So we're talking about document will ensure that the team follow a consistent approach for decision. Okay. From the last line, the question is very clear and saying that which document we should follow for the team, but which document we should follow for a consistent approach for the team. Okay, perfectly. Now I'll go to the question. The PM is leading a global project for pharmaceutical company. The drug will be used to save lives of many people. Useless information. I don't care. It is just telling me the project manager is working. Okay. In developing this technology, okay, many new AI will be developed, which means it is not predictive. It is either hybrid, it is or agile. Because new technology, it cannot be planned. Okay, keywords. Okay, project manager has team from all over the world in different time zone. Means there are different time zones. Like you guys, 76, 77 people of you all are in different time zone. If you want to see what is time with you right now, put in the chat box. What is time with you right now? Put in the chat box. So that is a different time zone. So we want to look into that. They are in the different time zone, the keywords, different time zone, team, document which we need to use. Okay, let's go to the option by option. Some people prefer to read from down to up, and this is a very good approach actually. Why? If we read from A to B, some people get one answer and move forward. Elimination technique says that you must go through each option because one option may look like right, but the other option is better than that. Okay, so this, if you suffer from that, this technique can work from you. Communication management plan. No, communication management plan is not a document, first thing. Secondly, it does not talk about how like how to take decisions. It talks about 4 hours of communication, right information at right time to right people. So that is not my answer. Team charter, yes, that is the right answer. But elimination technique says that I must go to all options. I'll hold it. Stakeholder plan, no, it talks about the strategies required to engage the stakeholders. Project charter, it's a high level document. It has no decision thing. It's a high level document. It does not go into detail how you are going to do that. I'm going to eliminate. So I eliminated every single option and I put the justification for that. Okay. Now let's go with that. What we are going to put in our root cause analysis file. Okay. I am going to make a very simple and minimum root cause analysis file that you need to make. If you don't want to make much, first of all, it must be on Excel. Put the topic name, whatever the topic is. Topic is, let's say, team, whatever topic you are doing, 13 topic. Okay. Question number 1, lesson learned. What lesson you learned? Team charter is used for all the team charter is used for all the decisions. And I can put one thing, and ground rule is part of it. That is one way to put into that. And that is enough. That is enough. If you can just do that. The purpose is to go through each option and do that. One of my student, I don't know he's in the coaching call or no, he does this as a root cause analysis and I loved it. That is also okay. I don't ask you to copy the question. He does. He copied the question, he copied the answer, he select his answer, and then he share this was the answer, this was the result, and where he's confused, he put the justification, why it was that, what is it, why it happened, what did he learn. It is also okay. For example, he did the agile one. The question, option, this. Now, if you look at his file, agile, he has now when he want to review, he want to do the lesson learn. He will go to the agile. He will look the justification, what was the lessons he learned, he can put into that. Or at the end of the day, if I would recommend him, keep one lesson learn register where you are putting things that you are learning. That is how you do the lesson. Make your own sheet motion button. Make your own sheet. I can share that, I'll share it, no problem. Make your own sheets. Make your own lesson. I can share the lesson learn sheets of hundreds of students. But if you do that yourself, that is more critical, more important. That is the key here. You do your own lesson. Okay, you do your own lesson. You can look at somebody else exercise regime and you think I can copy to get 6 packs or getting fit, whoever you are. But till you don't do push-ups, you are not gonna get that muscles. I can watch all day Rock, Dwayne Johnson doing exercise, but I'm not gonna get muscles. I may get motivated, I will not get muscles. Mindset, yes. And interestingly, every student will make own lesson. Now anyone has any question, how to solve question answers, how to do lesson learn, ask. I said it to everyone, wait for the Monday coaching call, I have something special. This was I thought. Now is it clear to everybody? Now anyone has any confusion question? You have to do lesson on Excel. It will time consuming, yes. It will take 4 hours, yes. It is important, the most important. It is the most important that you will do in the PMP profession. If you do the lesson learn of stakeholder, communication, team, agile, risk. The next everything will become easy. I ask you for now, for compulsory, do the lesson learn of that. Remember when I said that do the lesson learn of stakeholder, you will get, let's say you are getting 8 out of 40 or 10 out of 40. But when you do the lesson learn and this way you do the lesson learn, you will get 35 out of 50 in communication. 30 to 35, something like that, using the control chart. Okay. This is important. This is the key for the entire PMP exam. This is what I love it. Okay. Now, in this coaching call, apart from that, what we do normally, we will solve question answers. And if you have any questions, we will solve those questions and work into that. Okay. So let's solve one question which one of my students bought. And I want all of you to answer that question also. Okay. G, anyone would like to solve this question or why it is not the answer? Anyone would like to raise their hand and want to solve this question with me? Any volunteer? Any brave person? Okay, then I will ask. Pooja, unmute yourself.
Sir, this is like my question only.
No, this Anushka shared.
Yeah. Actually, I shared with Anushka. I asked him.
Okay,
Then
I'll ask.
he also confused.
Okay.
That's why.
Onkar, unmute yourself. Onkar.
Yes, am I audible?
Hold the question. Audible. Solve this question.
Can I read the question loudly?
Yes, please. I request you.
Okay. A project manager is working on a hybrid software development project to create a new CRM. The team is currently working on the first sprint when a new team members want to spend time checking the codes instead of finishing the sprint to conduct a sprint review. This may delay the sprint.
Onkar, what is the step number 1?
Slow down.
Are you slow down? This is important. Guys, that's why I said I will keep reminding you guys. This is important. Now it may look like to everyone he's reading slowly, but this is Onkar actual pace. I know that is my one-to-one student. It is his actual talking pace. You need to slow down. This is important, Onkar. Otherwise, what would happen? You have to reread this question. I will say it again. This is a skill that you need to develop. This is a muscle we need to do. Ji Onkar, please now read the question slowly one more time. Slowly mean speak slowly, read loudly.
Yes. A project manager is working on hybrid software development project to create a new CRM. The team is currently working on the first sprint when a when a few team members want to spend time checking the code instead of finishing the sprint, conduct a sprint review. This may delay the sprint. What should the project manager do in this situation?
Okay, what was who has a background? Shiraz, mute yourself, please. Okay. So what has happened in this question? What is the problem here? Onkar, what is the problem here? You muted yourself, brother. Unmute yourself. Onkar, you are on mute. Onkar, you need to.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah. Now,
so what
on a sprint review, the team wanted to want to spend some time for the code checking. Okay. And the question is what the project manager do in this situation. So the option A is correct because the main goal of the Scrum Master to self-organize or let them decide their own decision first. So
okay.
that's why.
So you would go with the A option. You
Yes,
would
yes.
go.
Because
So First of all, did you use elimination technique? Did you justify why option B is wrong, why C is wrong, why D is wrong? Ankar, did you use elimination technique? And interestingly, you did not read the first line, last line first. So that is the reason that we need to start with the reading the last line first, then read the question slowly, then use elimination technique. Now, justify me how B, C, D are wrong, how A is right, please.
Yeah, I already told that as a Scrum Master,
Okay.
she should allow the team member to decide as a self-organizing to take their own decisions. So I
Okay.
could say the option A is correct
Okay.
first. The option B is inform the team member that this is not the goal of the sprint. Uh, so I think just wait, I will explain this explanation later. I will
You
just
see,
go to see.
you see how suddenly your mind is not accepting now A as a right answer. Now, what
Yes,
suddenly
yes,
happened? Your mind is not accepting that A is the right answer. Okay. Now this is
correct.
Onkar, I will recommend it for you that read from last option to first because your mind is wired. You read first, you run away. Still, you build the practice. Read from the last option to first. Okay, that will help you. Okay, so I hold B for you. Why not C?
Please tell the few members not to do this and complete the sprint. So, being a team, the Scrum Master should not influence few team members do this or not to do this. So, being a team member, he should take the decision as a whole team decision. So, explaining to few
Sorry,
members
sorry,
is
sorry.
not a correct.
Who will take the decision for team? Scrum Master can take the
The
decision.
no, development team itself taking decision.
Okay, yes, guys, this is one. You can write the keywords as I maybe you can make a document. When I say you these guys like issue risk, Scrum Master can never tell the team to do something. He can ask them. He
Yes.
can facilitate them. Okay. Now, last option. Why D is not the answer?
Inform the product owner of what is happening on the project and why the sprint will be delayed. Okay, so being a Scrum Master, he should handle his team impediment within a team. Okay, so product owner uh, should not be the case in this because it is team conflict along with the Scrum Master.
Hmm.
So that's why the product owner role should not play a vital role here. So I
Hmm.
think he should not go with the product owner because this is the internal team matter.
Hmm. Okay. So you're now you have two answers. First, you said A is the right answer, but later on you were saying I will justify B. So I'm waiting for the justification of
Yes,
B answer.
yes. Why I could say that the option B is also check because in the sprint review, before the sprint review, the team should decide whether we plan sprint review or not. In the sprint review, they will not be raised the concern that they need to
Okay.
revise the code and all that.
Thank you. Thank you. So let me rephrase what the question was. The question was that you have agreed to a sprint goal, right? You agreed when you make sprint planning that this will be the sprint goal. Everybody agrees on that. Now you want to do refactoring. What is called refactoring? It's like a housekeeping. Refactoring is housekeeping. The code is not right. Let me make it right. And as a result, which can let go the goal of a sprint wasted. Okay. So as a project, as a scrum master, your goal is to facilitate them, but your goal is also to make sure that they achieve the sprint goal. Okay. If you look at the line B, if you look at the line B, let's first go have them checking their code and address this issue during the retrospective. Like let them make the mistake. The option is saying Let them make the mistake and later we will discuss. No, no, no. No. We need to tell them, no, we have agreed to this thing. And the wording is very beautiful. Inform. If the wording was order, it may be a different thing. It is informing them, reevaluating, again telling them that this is the vision. This is the North Star that we agreed. B is the right answer. The answer that is shown correct is wrong. I need to update it. Anushka, do message me or message us Nan to update it in the group. Okay. The, this is a beautiful example of it, that you should have your concept straight and challenge even me. Sometimes students challenge and I am wrong. I am wrong. You should challenge every single thing. Why? You are learning. You are learning along the way. You need to know why no, why yes. Okay. Why C is wrong, Bran, I'll explain. No, it's not giving direction of why. He's informing them. The sprint goal has been agreed. He can never give direction. He can give suggestions. Okay. And the contest of next. Yes, Aves, but
my the confusion is that they are working on at the moment on a project. So if we say that the question says that checking the codes instead of finishing the sprint to conduct a sprint review. So these things of discussion, that what the team is not going at the right path, that has to be discussed in the sprint review. So I was thinking that let them finish as you said, let them finish the job, and in the review, just point it out them that this is not the right way.
This is retrospective. It does not say that review. It's the lesson learned. Which means with the client, you will have a bad face. Why? It's retrospective. Keywords. What's up?
Yeah, I missed that retrospective keyword.
Why C is the wrong answer? Tell the few members not to do this. You cannot tell them. You cannot do that. So that is the why it's the wrong answers. Okay, guys. With this coaching call, especially which I do with you guys on Tuesday or Monday, we will do it. I want you to only solve 1 or 2 questions, or maximum 5. But I want you to go deep in the question. Okay, bring your queries. The purpose is tomorrow we will have a coaching call, Wednesday coaching call, in which we will solve. I will solve 10 plus questions. Okay, you will solve. It will be live on YouTube, and then on Saturday we will solve 60 questions. The number of questions is not important. Depth is. Yes, Neil.
Yeah, Amir, actually, this particular thing, like the team is also like doing the analysis and development by reviewing all the videos and other stuff. So this might be fall under the team development or training part, which Scrum Master might be helpful and help.
This is not he always do the training, but if the option can be training, then we need to look into that. We can look into that. We have looked into another one. Product owner interference. No, product owner interference is like you are kind of escalating to the sponsor. Another keyword for you. Escalating to the sponsor or going to the sponsor is always the last resort. And they are your team. Why you want to do that? No. Why don't you justify? Guys, when you ask me what is the right answer, Nupma, you were asking it yesterday. I'm never going to say what is the right answer or not when you are solving a question. My way is not to tell you the right answer or wrong. You tell me, why do you think B is not the right answer? Why C is not the right answer? You need to learn that. Okay? I'll tell it this, and only this time, next time you need to identify it. Inform the product owner. I just shared it with you guys. No? Why would we inform the product owner? It's kind of a telling that your team is not working, or team is, that's a bad thing. We will never do that. Never. Okay. Let's solve this question now in the chat box. Guys, somebody is unmute. Please mute yourself. There's an option in the Zoom where you can send answer directly to me. Please use that option, because otherwise we follow the herd mentality. We do what everyone else is saying. Yeah. Uday Mohsin, there's an option to send direct answer to me. Please do that. Your own car. Faisal, there's an option. Avas, but why you are sending it here? Neil, there's an option to send directly answers to me, please. Do that. Faryal, what a senior person, yeah, you know that. Send answers directly to me, guys. Burhan, there's an option to send answers directly to me. Achha. Now, this question is only 2-liners. So I can read whatever I want to do. Start. All the deliverables have been completed and accepted by the client. What should the project manager do first to start closing the project? Write down the final report. Maybe not a bad option. I'll not eliminate. Get approval. This is the first step. This can be release the resources. No, it come later. Start writing down lesson. No, it comes after final report. So between C and D, I'll go with the C option. Some questions are easy. Okay, if you know the sequence. Okay, next question. Okay. The project manager is working in a matrix organization. So if we are working in a matrix organization, who has power? Who has power? Both have same. Matrix means balance matrix. When we say balance, okay, this means both. Amit, you can answer me directly. Balance mean both. Suku, there's an option to answer me directly. Neil, okay, boys. Both have same power. So step number 1, whenever the conflict occurs, even without reading the question, this should come to my mind. Whenever the conflict occurs, I should first go to the functional manager and try to resolve the conflict. If it does not happen, then I go to sponsor. Okay, so let's read the question. A resource have left, okay, to join another organization. Okay, a risk has occurred or issue has happened. Need a resource. Whom we should contact first? Question says first. It should be functional manager. It is the right answer. But elimination technique says I must go to all options. Okay, I must go to all options. That is important. Yes, Upma, when it is written matrix, we assume balance matrix. When it is written matrix, we assume balance matrix. No, not predictive, yaar. What a predictive has to do Ganesh? Has nothing to do with predictive. No? The organization, whenever we talk about functions, it's mostly predictive. Okay. Abbas, what confusion do you have here?
The question, as we said, that both PM and functional managers has the power.
Okay.
So when both has the power, so to have a resource, why PM needs to take, to discuss with functional manager? Because both are on the same.
Because he control resources. All the resources are mostly the functional people. The organization, all the resources are in the organization. He first go to them, and when he said no, then we need to go to sponsor. Okay. Elimination techniques is I should go this, eliminate this thing, and we'll work to that. Okay.
Amer, I just have a question.
Who is talking? Who is
This is
talking?
Ganesh.
Ganesh. Please always raise the hand. Okay.
Okay.
Down. Yes, please tell me.
So when we over here, I presume this is like an hybrid environment. Okay. And what if this is not a matrix organization, then the project manager has to sponsor, right?
If it was a strong matrix, then he has the resources. He does not need to go to that. If it was a functional organization, he still need to go to functional manager. Okay. If it's a projectized, he does not need to go to them. He has the resources. This thing is the key word here. That is the defining factor. What he should do, what he should not do. Okay.
So he won't go to sponsor?
No. The
if
question
it's
is
projectized?
the question. No. He should have the resources. The question would have been a different question. If it was projectized, he does not need to go to anyone. He is the person who's controlling resources. Why would he go to sponsor? But if it was projectized, then he would go to sponsor. This question would not be projectized. If it was projectized, then he does not know they need to go to functional manager because there is no functional manager there. Okay. Clear, Ganesh?
Yeah, yes, I got it.
Okay. Yes, Vakas.
Sir, as per metrics, when we go to execution, PM have more power, right?
No. Who said that? Where did we say that?
No.
Where did you learn that? Where did I mention that when we go to execution, the PM suddenly got the power?
No, because he handled the project. Function manager only provide the resources when execution is starting.
No, where it is written, how we can correlate with that? Because we have already discussed different types of organizations, who has which power in which organization. It has nothing to do with planning, execution, monitoring, and control. It's the type of organization. Okay.
Thank you.
I hope that makes sense to you. There's nothing. Okay, is a facilitator. The escalation go to escalation, FM and HR. HR is not a word of PMP actually, Faisal. That's why I put HR word specially here to confuse you. Yes, Nishit.
Sir, I have a very normal, simple doubt. As per the options given, function manager is the right answer. Okay. But in a matrix organization which is balanced, PM and functional manager both have got the equal power. They will discuss if there is no solution, they will go to sponsor. Am I right?
Yes, you are 100%
Okay.
right.
But then why, as per the question is the answer, but as per the concept, it should not be function manager only.
No, it should
What do you
be.
say?
Nishit, the question says first. The question does not say that he has gone to functional manager and the conflict is not resolved. If the question says that he has gone to the functional manager and the conflict is not resolved yet, then it would go to this other option. No? The question says first.
So it means we should not stick to the one concept only. It all depends on the questions which
the
they are asking.
It is the concept. It is the concept. It is one concept. In matrix imbalance organization, both have power. First, you go to the person, then you escalate it. No? Why you are escalating it immediately?
Okay, can I ask one more question? If you allow me.
Yes.
And there was one question of the agile question, and as
Bring
far
that
as
question.
I remember.
No. Bring question. I told you know that if you have any question that you want to ask from a question, bring that question to me, like Anushka did.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
After completing the task, it can go back to do we ever go to sponsor? Yes. If in this question, this is a good question, Apma. If the question says that we have gone to functional manager and he's not providing the resources, then we go to sponsor. A sponsor is escalation mechanism. Yeah, then sponsor. Okay, facilitator. Okay, let's go to next. If the question is where to log the issue, then if the question was that he has left it, what should we log? The answer would be issue log. The same question, he has left. Good question, Burhan. The question said that the project manager is working in an organization. He has left neither resources. What document he should update first? The answer would be issue log. Always. Good question, Burhan. Okay. Then the sponsor, you said you do. Why not? Yes, but question as I get over the way. Let's do the last question for today. Which is, you can lower your hand, please.
A senior manager complains that
Who is reading?
he
Please
is not
read in
receiving.
your read yourself. Now, this is a very beautiful question. The beautiful this is because two answers look like right answers. Actually, you guys have put 3-4 answers as right answer. Acha, guys, didn't I say that whenever you put the option, give the justification of that answer? Haven't I said that? I did now. I did now. So majority of you have put only the option. Only the option. Acha, one more rule of PMP. Whenever a problem comes, what you should do first? Whenever a problem comes, we will always put as the first thing an issue. So you got the answer of this question, I guess. Okay, but let me rephrase this question. Let's play with this question. Not receiving the information. What should the project manager do first? It is issue log. What is the best? The question should be, what is the best way solve this? Now what is the answer? Faisal, unmute yourself. Mohammed Faisal. Mohammed Faisal. Please unmute yourself. Yeah, I know you said stakeholder register. That's why.
Yes. Sorry.
Why stakeholder register?
Okay. Just need to check that stakeholder is available or not in the stakeholder register.
But a senior manager complains he's not receiving information. What is 4R of communication?
Then in that, yes, right information.
The question has the keyword from 4R. How can you go to the stakeholder list? How did you eliminate it? My question to you will always be one. How did you eliminate it? Option D.
Okay. So in 4R, then it should be B.
Close your eyes. G. But you see, this answer was not B before because the question was iterated in a way what you should do first, right? What you should do first. I change the question, then the answer becomes changed. Okay, but when it is 4R, right information at right time to right people to have right impact, we need to go to there. Okay, this is an important.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. I hope guys you learned it today. I will make this coaching call public also that so that you can rewatch it if you want. It's no, Krishna, when you put in the issue log, then you have root cause analysis of issue log, then you can update the plan. That was why it was the first thing to do. But the best thing is to go and work into that. Okay, guys, please remember what are the minimum steps we need to do? Slow down, keywords, elimination technique. If you do root cause analysis, I'm sure you will clear PMP values. This is a request to all of you, please do the root cause analysis for sure. Yes, Ali's iPhone.
Hi, sir. So you rephrase the question, but what if that the first question says not first, what PM should do next?
Next
Then
is
also issue log.
Issue log. Again, next issue log. It's the same.
Clear.
Yeah. Okay. Issue log, because yes, if something happened and not identified, that's the issue. Okay. It's an issue. Gee, anyone has, I don't understand how it's an issue. Because it's a problem. That's why it's an issue. It's a simple thing. You did not identify anything that the problem is an issue. What is the confusion in there? Anything that you did not, you don't know is the problem. Please slow down. Yes, Krishna is the G Tala.
Sir, actually, as you told us, that for changing any kind of plan, we need to go to the change control board. But as you said, what is the best solution? Either we first need to check our stakeholder register, that
No.
what kind of priority of this
No. The
stakeholder.
question says right information. No? It is a right information. When it comes to right information, then it is would go to for all. The question nowhere said that you did not identify the stakeholder or a new stakeholder comes, things like that. No.
So it's already mentioned that it is a senior manager. So it means it's already identified.
Identified or don't identify, that's a later on thing. He's not receiving information. No? He was expecting that information. No? So he should have been in the stakeholder. So we need to update that. Yeah. But keep doing that. Keep doing that. Guys, I will get down to this for thousands of time only with one thing, with the root cause analysis. And while you are solving question, if you have any confusion, feel free to put in PMP as parent group. There are 100 plus certified PMP in it. 100 plus. And more than 50 more who are near to clearing the exam, like Anushpa, like Pooja, like Ganesh, like Srinivas, many people who are very near to clearing the exam. So that discussion for me, 99% of the time, I will not get into that discussion. I will let them solve that discussion. Okay. Unless I feel, okay, now that's too much, I'll go jump into it. Because as a servant leader, my job is not to always interpret. With that, thank you very much. See you tomorrow. I'll share a YouTube link and we will have a coaching call on YouTube. On Saturday, we will have 4-hour coaching call, 8 p.m. to 12. We will solve 60 questions. Please book your Saturday. I understand for some people it will be very difficult, but it is important. 60 question answers. It's very important. Okay, that can make or break the. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, namaste, sat sri akal, good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are. Bye-bye. We will be giving question one by one. Don't worry about that justification. It works, it does not work. Just send your answer. If you are worried about what people are thinking, you can send directly answers to me. Instead of sending the answers in the options, you can send directly answers to me. For every question, I'm gonna give you 70 seconds. And from there, we can work into that. Okay. So let's start the question answer solving. If you can see my screen, okay. Yeah, I guess you can. Okay, sorry. Okay. The timer is running. With every question, we will have a timer. Yeah, please go ahead. Let's start the questions. Yes, Rao, I'm recording this session, but I don't think so. I will upload the recording. I'll think about that. Please, everyone with the answers, give your justification. Why do you think a particular answer is right or wrong? Apart from just giving the answer, please also give your justification. Why do you think a particular answer is right or wrong? And one more thing, now I'm going to solve the question. If you disagree with my justification, you can raise your hand and we can discuss that. As always, always read the last line first, especially when the questions are long. As a project manager, in which document you put compliance requirement that you have identified throughout the project. A very important thing. Compliance. Compliance are risk. And compliance according to PMI, they are classified as a negative risks. So basically the question is asking where do you put negative risk in that? I can go directly and pick the answer, but the sequence elimination technique demands I go to the question. You are the project manager of a bridge construction project in Dubai. Your project is highly regulated because you are making bridge in between the cities. Okay. So the only keyword in the entire line is this, is basically project is regulated. And by the way, in the real exam, you can highlight that. But you have a mouse, I don't recommend it. It's just waste the time. There have been many issues regarding compliance in the past, and even some of the projects got cancelled because of not fulfilling compliance requirement. As a manager, where you will put the compliance. So issue log is something in which when something bad has happened, we put it in there. When something bad has happened, we put into the issue log. We don't put issue log in the compliance requirement. Compliance, anything that is identified as a risk, put it into the risk register, not into the issue log. So compliance requirement does not go into issue log. Somebody put option A. I don't understand why would you put option A. Option A can never be the right answer. So I'm going to straightforward eliminate this. Quality management plan, this may things like that, since it's a compliance, it goes into quality. No, it's not a stakeholder register. It's not a stakeholder that you had to identify. Why some people put D option here? D has nothing to do with this, no? D has nothing to do with this. Compliance or risk. Risk goes into the risk register. Understand in that way, no? Compliance are risk and they go into the risk register. Nothing more, nothing less. Very important thing to understand. Majority of you have given the right answer, but for those who haven't given, I hope that makes sense. B is the right answer. One more time, all compliance or risk goes into the risk register. Straightforward. You will get 5 to 10 questions regarding the compliance in the PMP exam. Understand this thing, this concept which I just shared. If anyone has a close question, they can raise their hand. Okay. Okay. Next question. Okay. A regulatory change have made your project obsolete. Obsolete means the project is not useful, or it goes out of the organizational strategy. You cannot do that. What is the first step you will do? Straightforward. Even this question is long paragraph question. When the project is obsolete, the first step is to start closing the project. I can directly pick the answer, but one more time, I don't want you to do that. I will read the question. You are working on an electric car manufacturing plant. This will change the entire industry. Your final car will have solar cell installed on its roof. There will be no need of any fuel forever. There is no need for any fuel forever. Your project is receiving great feedback and support from all the corners of the world. This is a true gift to humankind and environment. You launched an MVP in the market, and two people have died because of the solar cell getting overheating and burning the entire car. As a result, government have taken some serious steps and a regulatory change have made, and your project is not useful. Escalated to sponsor. Sponsor cannot do anything. The project has been escalated. Update the lesson learned. Yes, but that's not the first thing that you are gonna do. That may come later on. Release the team. Yes, but that is a later on thing. But the question asks, what will the first thing that we are gonna do? The first thing will be straightforward. Start closing the project. Okay, start closing the project will be there. So there are lesson learned will be later on. Okay, Vijay, we don't have to escalate it to the client. Why? The project become escalate. The project, there are three things that can happen when this happens. The first thing, uh, your business case is not valid anymore. You go directly to that. Start the closing. The sponsor called you, you directly go to the closing. You don't have to ask anyone, because these things are the part of the project management plan that you have to start closing into that pattern thing. Yes, Vijay.
See, closing the project, okay, as per the PMA you told, after getting approval from the sponsor only, we have to start the closing project at any cost.
Yeah, 100%.
Now we are not informing the sponsor. Maybe sponsor didn't give the approval. Then how we can close the project? We have to inform to escalate to sponsor, no, first.
Yeah, that is 100% right. But the question does not say get approval from the sponsor. The question says escalated to the sponsor. And when we are saying escalated to the sponsor, it means something entirely different. Okay. When we are saying escalate to the sponsor, we want sponsor support how to handle that risk. In our project management plan, we have these things. Okay, if this risk occur, the plan would be to do this particular thing. So whenever the project does not happen, then we will start doing the closing of the project. Okay.
So escalation of the sponsor. It's not actually we are going to get some information from the sponsor. Escalation of the sponsor. Maybe we are asking this happened. Okay, can I close the project?
No,
that's also one of the escalation, correct?
Yeah, I understand. Vijay, whenever you have to ask the sponsor, should I start closing the project, that will be an option. Okay. Otherwise, what happens? The project management plans has the scenario close the project. Like for example, if the question says that you are working in a project making the same thing, but instead of regulatory requirement, the question said that your cost is more than the benefit. What will you do? You will not escalate the sponsor. You will start closing. For auto, our business case is not relevant. We will start closing. The legal requirement is there. We'll start closing the project. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Does lesson learned is done after closing or lesson learned? Step number 1, closing starts. The closing gets started. I did give the sequence of closing. Your closing start. Okay, the step 1 of you start the closing. You get the approval from the sponsor. You start the closing. Write final report. First thing is write final report. Then lesson learned register. This is important. After you start closing, first thing is final report. That is more important than the lesson learned register. Then you start writing lesson learned register. Then you start writing documents, archive that, and things like that. Okay. G. Vinod.
Sir, I'm audible?
Yes, you are.
Now, all this while we have been learning that before closing any project, we have to do the lesson learned. Since here is the casualties, there are many casualties, and suppose the same team, if they go into a next project with a similar kind of endeavor, the lesson, wouldn't we think the lesson learned would be a better?
Lesson learn, we can't close the project without doing the lesson learn. But that is not the first thing. You start, there's a sequence of closing. There's a sequence of closing. Step number one, you start closing the, let's do write it. If you don't know this, start closing the project. Step number one. Step number two, start writing final report. Step number three, start writing lesson learn register finally. Step number four, start writing project documents. Then this thing, first your final report is written. What does final report has? Final report has overall lessons of the project. How did you handle big risk? How did you handle big issues in the project? How did you handle the good, bad, whatever thing comes in the final report? It's a big report. The overall 80 page, sometimes it goes up to 200 pages of that entire thing. Then the lesson register which you have done, that will goes into lesson learn repository and then OPA. And then same thing goes for the documents that get archived. Okay. Thank you, Vinod. Ji Sajad sir.
So my question is to release the team. Okay, when you are now you are telling that this is the steps. So release team will be when it will be. It is the last.
After you see, if we release the team before, who will write the lesson learn? Who will write the lesson learn? You or me? Project manager cannot do that. And we discussed in the chapter number 1 in the fundamentals. We put it that in fundamentals we put it that lesson learn is done by all the people. Lesson learn is done by all the people. So this is very important thing. The lesson learn, in order to get the lesson learn, we do it with everyone. Okay? Ji. Okay, let's go to the next question. Okay. Yeah. Okay, anyone else? I think sponsor himself declared obsolescence. Whoever declared a sponsor. Guys, if you have any cross question, I do recommend that raise your hand. I cannot go through every comment probably. Okay. G, next question. I was expecting actually more than 60 people to come, but still I'm happy 45 are here. This is the biggest coaching call I ever had of my own student. Okay. So which document you are going to share with them? There's a document that we are going to share with them. You are the project manager of a construction project. Management has asked you to share what are the report which will show risk exposure to the project. Which risks are coming in the next week and how many reserves are left. This is the overall review of the project. So which report you are going to share? Risk register, I'll explain it. Information radiator, no. Risk report, okay. Quality report is all about quality. Issue log, we are not gonna put issue log there. So now a big difference between risk register and risk report. Risk register has all the risk throughout the project. It keeps on getting updated in the project. But in addition to the risk register, we also have risk report. Risk report have all these details that we just discussed. Okay, and I guess this makes sense to everyone. Risk register and risk report are the two most important documents that are produced in the project, and we keep on updating them. I guess everyone has the right answer for this one. Okay. Unless the question said agile information editor will never even come in the option. Next question, Jay. You see, some questions were long, the next questions are small. So if there are one line questions, don't wait for the 70 seconds. Immediately try to answer the questions. You want to improve value for the client, which tool can help increasing the value for the client. Okay, so the purpose of the storyboarding, the purpose of storyboarding is to make a minimum viable product. Guys, for these questions, always remember one answer can be the right or wrong answer. That does not make sense. You also need to know what other tools are, what does they mean. Storyboarding is used to make minimum viable product. What are the backbone of the product? What are the supporting features? Both things are important. You look into that. That does not help us to increase the value. We are not looking into that. Brainstorming is an idea generation technique. We are not looking into that. Task board, it shows the status of the project. Value stream mapping. We use this tool in Lean. It maps what are the value added tasks and non-value added tasks. And with the help of a value stream mapping, we identify, okay, how we can remove these tasks from the other task. And I see everyone has given the right answer. A is the right answer. Okay, next question. What would you do next? Something that you have to do next. Your project is the part of a program whose goal is to improve communication system in the organization. Your project is at the phase gate review that happens at the end of any phase when one of the stakeholders that he is not receiving the update. One stakeholder said that he is not receiving the update. Okay, the first option is share stakeholder register with him. Unless it's a very important thing, you never share stakeholder register with anyone. If the option was update the stakeholder register, we could have looked into that. But the thing is that the problem has occurred. Whenever any problem occurred, the first thing is always to put into the issue log. Then we will look into that why he's not receiving that. Maybe he needs to the information. He does not need the information. So this will not the answer. This will not the answer. The right answer would be option D. Okay, so we will handle it as a D, and D is the right answer. Saleh, we will If first we put into the issue log, and if needed, if we need to solve it, then we will go with the communication plan. Maybe he does not need to have that information. Na? That will tell us by stakeholder plan. That does he need that information or not? Okay. What is the schedule variance? Schedule variance is earned value minus planned value. Okay, simple as that. You are the project manager responsible for upgradation of manned diesel engine. The contract is expected to complete in 8 months. At the cost of this, 4 months have passed. This has spent actual cost, and 40% of the work, total work has been completed. So what has happened? So 40% of the total work has been completed. So 40,000 will be, okay, will be your earned value 400. Okay, and 4 months have passed. Okay, 4 months has passed. This is the actual cost. This has nothing to do with that. This is the total cost. So it should be 50. Okay, since it is a 8-month contract, 8-month contract and 4 month has passed, it should be the half of this. Half work should have been completed. Okay, whereas you have completed 40%. Even without solving the question, the first thing is this: these two are not the answer, and since you are lagging, so this is the answer. So when we say that you can solve the question without calculator, I did not use a calculator here, right? I did not use the calculator here. You can solve the question without the calculator. Just understand what is being asked in the question. Out of 8 months, 4 months have passed. You have completed on the 40%. So there's a lag difference: 40%, 50%, minus 10%, and that is your answer. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Next question. Guys, send direct answers to me, because there are new people in the class and there are some old people. So I don't want the answer to get skewed. Everyone send all the answers directly to me. There's an option in which you can send answers to me. Okay. So let's see the question. What will you do? You are the project manager of an agile multi-year project. It has been agreed with the client that your project will deliver value incrementally, okay, in parts. Now client want to test the product in the environment to check result. Whenever you want to test, what do? We make a minimum viable product to check into that, okay. Ask them to raise change request. You are already working in an agile, so A can never be the answer. Refer them to sponsor customer collaboration over contract negotiation. So the mindset, the value of the agile are always there. So we are not gonna go towards that option. B is eliminated. Make an MVP and test the environment. Yes, we already know even from the question that this will be the answer. Still elimination technique demands. We go to the next one. Reject them as contract has already been approved. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Whenever we want to test a new thing, making an MVP and testing in that particular environment is always the right answer. What could you have done to avoid this situation? Whenever you see the word avoid, this means something bad has happened, okay, and you want to do something that could have made this thing less bad. You are the project manager responsible for the upgradation of a diesel engine in Dubai. You have been sending the complete weekly report to all the stakeholders. However, when you go to the meeting, stakeholders are not informed for the status project. What has been happened? You have been giving them a push communication. We are sending them an email. They did not happen. We could have done full communication or interactive communication, or we can have customized the communication based on the requirement of the stakeholders. That could have changed the scenario. Understanding communication requirement of stakeholders, yes, that can be done. What is their communication requirement and giving the communication them in that format. Put the stakeholder it is there. That's why we are sending them the report. Instead of report, send them 1 minute video to save time. That is not the way. This is stakeholder fault. It's guys, let's put this as a straightforward thing. It can never be a stakeholder fault. First thing first, it can never be a stakeholder fault. The project failed, it's your fault. As a project manager, it can never be a stakeholder fault. So I put it this way, if God forbid any student fail, it can never be his or her fault. It's my fault. Okay, so yes, Vijay.
If I'm sending all the report to stakeholders, okay, because question also says all. If while stakeholder meeting, he said, I don't know the status. He might not read the status report. If he is not reading the status report, it is his fault only, no?
No.
What we have to do further? In the real time, it happened actually.
No,
and the PMI, I know. Yeah.
No, both in real time and in PMI, it's your fault. Because if the stakeholder is too busy, what you can do, you can send a message in the body that please confirm that you have read the report. We have a meeting into that, please confirm you have received that report.
Okay. Now I did that also.
Yeah.
Even that also stakeholder not reading. Even
that
my fault?
That is a
No,
different. That's a different. That's
You
a
understand, no? I put everything, push, pull, in fact, everything I did. They're not ready. It is happening actually.
it
Now,
does happen.
still my fault?
No, no. Now the question will change. Let me first get back to that question. First thing first, we put it there. Okay, please read the report. And once you have done, please ping me back. I have read the report. If you have any question, put the question there. Okay, now what will happen if he replies you? If he replies you that I have read the report and this is that, this means he knows the status. This means if he does not reply to you, okay, then you message him and call him, hey, please, I sent you the report. Do read him and do reply me by email. He then again does not reply to you. Then again, you need to engage him in a different way. Maybe he's too busy. He cannot read the report. He just does not consider your report to be important. There can be so many things. For example, one of the student messaged me, he wants to join the next batch. He messaged me, I want to have a call with you. Can we have a call now? 90% of the time, my answer is always yes. But I said him, no, for next 4 or 5 hours, I'm not available. Because what? These stakeholders are there. I need to engage with them. Okay, so you need to see what is the priority, and you need to understand one thing can be your priority, not other people's priority. Okay, not other people's priority. It's the same thing. Everyone seems their kids are cute, but other people don't seem that. Okay, so yeah, this is always the same thing. Your problem is not their problem. Okay, next question. What will you do first? Again, now this thing and the other thing has a different context. What will you do first? You are the project manager responsible for the construction project, constructing a skyscraper in Makkah. You are making a big thing. You have identified the risk and manage it according to every response. But now a secondary risk has occurred. Please understand, this is a very important concept. Secondary risk has occurred. If you say that you have identified it and you have identified an other risk, that would we go to the risk register. But now secondary risk has occurred and you don't have a funds to manage it. What will you do it? Communicate to the team. Yes, it can be, but that's not something that can help us. Communicate to the sponsor. Yes, but this is not the first thing. Use management reserve. Raise the change request. You raise the change request because raising the change request can help us to handle this problem. Please understand that whenever you're looking what to do next, it should solve your problem. Okay, next question. Okay. What could have what could you have done differently? Okay. Again, some problem has occurred. The last line is telling you you want to improve that. You are the project manager responsible for upgradation of a hydropower plant. You have identified all stakeholders and started managing them. However, during execution, you are loading with too much and unnecessary demands. Do that, do that, do that. Like, why you are getting so many demands? What could you have done differently? Skip stakeholder management. That is a killer for you. That can never be done. Prioritize the stakeholders. Okay. Understand stakeholder communication requirement. The question does not say that they are not communicating properly. Actually, they are communicating more than the required. Okay. Anamika, you put C. There is nothing wrong about the communication thing. And Shah, you also put C. They are communicating you, na? They are communicating you. The communication is not the problem. You did not understand who are the important stakeholder, prioritize them, and handle them. Every person, nothing is also not the answer. B is the answer. You see, I have actually worked in such a project, in a hydro project, and this has happened to me. The important thing is to prioritize the stakeholder and see their requirement. Everyone else can keep on requiring us. We don't care. Okay, if you manage the most important stakeholder, that's an important thing. Okay, if you manage the most important stakeholder, that is the thing. Managing every single stakeholder is not, that is not possible. It's never possible. It can never be. Second thing, guys, why all of you are not answering me the question? I actually know who is not answering. What is the recording? I'm not saying it. Please, everyone, put the answers in the question. Please, everyone, put the answers in the questions. What is your justification? Yes, Shah, I said go to, in order to get the funds, because we did not have the fund, Shah Mansoor. In order to get the fund, we cannot use the fund without raising the change request. So for that, we raise the change request and get it there. Anam, your, I guess music is at the background noise. Unmuted yourself. Okay.
So,
Hmm.
Pallavi here. So, I had a query for earlier question. So,
Yeah.
the thing is like when contingency reserves are exhausted, then we do go for the management
Yes.
reserves, right? So,
Yes.
why do we need a baseline in that case? Just, I mean, the change request.
We cannot use the management reserve without a change request. No? We discussed it yesterday. In order to use the management reserve is with them.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
With not in the
Got
baseline.
it.
Get the part of
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Prioritize the stakeholder and you can get it done. Okay. G, next question. G. So this is basically match them. I did not change them. In forming, what do you do in forming? Put it in the chat box. What do you do in storming? Put in the chat box. What do you do in that? So this is kind of a drag and drop. Put it in your way and then I will answer. %90 students are giving wrong answers for this question. This is a very interesting. Okay, Ji. Forming is the stage one. In the Tuckman ladder, this is the Tuckman ladder. The team just arrived in the project. In the forming stage, we need to direct them. Okay, do it this way. This is your team charter. This is your responsibility. Do this. Forming is all about directing. Storming is when the conflict start happen. So here we want them to listen us. Here we want to act like a coach. We want to make sure they understand what we are saying. So coaching will happen in the the forming in the storming stage. Then norming is basically we are moving from the storming. So here mentoring is there. In performing everyone knows how to do. We let them delegate, mean we sit aside, let them do their thing. So in performing we will go with the delegation. And adjourning is about mentoring and coaching. Guys, this is a very very important thing. I will repeat one more time. Forming is a time when the new teams comes there, the team is there, they need your support, you need to understand what are the things that you are going to do. You need to give them direction. Okay, this is your responsibility, this is your responsibility. We need to give that direction, directive in nature. Storming, when the conflicts start happen, they are fighting with each other. When they're fighting, you need to become a active listener, you need to listen to them. Then we do the coaching. Storming is all about coaching. In norming, now people start understanding habits of each other. Their mentoring needs to be done. Performing, they are at the ideal stage, let them do what they did. Okay. And at journeying, you sit and at journeying again, people are going and living. Again, you need to do coaching as well as mentoring. Both things are required in adjourning. Yeah. Okay. Next question. I put it there. This is the question. Yeah. Sorry for that. Okay. What can you tell about the condition of the project to management? You are working in the project, budget and completion, total money is this, budget and completion is this. Your SP of the project is 1.6. Okay, greater than 1. SPI or CPI greater than 1 is always a good thing. Cost variance is positive 5,000. So both are greater than 1. Both are in the positive thing. Project is not behind schedule. I'll eliminate it. Project is ahead of schedule and over budget. No, it is under budget. I'll eliminate it. Behind schedule. No, I'll eliminate it. Ahead of schedule and under budget. Yes, this is the answer. We are in the ideal stage. We're in the ideal stage. Maybe here the organization will look into crashing the project. Okay, let me put a what if scenario. In this scenario, your management asks you that they want to reduce the schedule further. Okay, what they should do? Crashing, fast tracking, resource leveling, or resource smoothing. In this condition, the question is this, the same, and they ask you, what can we do to reduce the schedule? What will be your opinion? Crashing is always preferred. Crashing is always preferred because it can increase the cost and we have the money. Fast tracking is less preferred and we don't need more resources, but we will work into that and we can get that thing. That crashing is always preferred here. G. I really like that how you guys are putting, but still a lot of students are not putting their answers. I request all of you, please put your answers. What is happening? Someone is unmuted, please mute yourself. And guys, keep tracking your score. Do tell me in the end how many questions you got right. Okay. Okay. On inspection, you find out that the temperature of the furnace was not maintained properly. What will you do next? You are inspecting deliverable and you find that some of the deliverable does not meet quality management plan. Okay, so this was the thing. You were inspection, what were you doing? You were doing quality control. In quality control, we basically, if they pass, we get a verified deliverable. If they don't pass, we do raise a change request. And on inspection, we did a root cause analysis. We found out that the temperature was not maintained. What you will do that? You see, this is already done. Okay, this is the root cause analysis. Update the quality plan. There is no need into that. Of course, we cannot do that. There's only one option, that work to improve the deliverables and work into that. Gupta, you put root cause analysis. Root cause analysis will not be the answer. You already identify that the temperature was not maintained. That was the root cause of the problem. Even if that was not the option, still option A will be there. Raise a change request and then we will work into that. Now, the deliverable has failed. It does not meet. The deliverable does not meet, simply raise the change request to work into that. Kaleem, it will never be quality management plan. Why we will update the quality management plan? It is about inspection. It has nothing to do with that. Your understanding of that is not right at all. Audit is about the checking the process, how the process actually works. What are the processes and work into that. Okay, inspection is checking the deliverable. Audit is checking the effectiveness of the process. Inspection is checking the deliverables. Neeraj, C is not the answer. Again, Salah, D is not the answer. Many people put D as the answer. D is not the answer. We always, whenever the deliverable gets failed, we always raise the change request to handle those deliverables. Okay, I hope that makes sense to all of you. Yeah. G, next question. If the inspection was not done, then you did not even find out that there was a problem in the deliverable. Actually, you find out in the deliverable that by inspection you find out deliverable is not according to a plan. If you did not do the inspection, how did you find? Even that way, you still raise a change request to handle to work on that deliverable. It's always the first step. You always raise a change request. Change request was the answer. Someone was Rahma to it. Okay, Mr. Okay. Which document you will check the claim of the client. So when the client claims, we always know that there's one document that has been agreed with the client. I'll come to that. Your client is inspecting verified deliverable. On inspection, is said that deliverable does not meet his requirement. So this again goes back to the journey of deliverable. How the journey of deliverable basically work? The deliverable, when it get produced, first it goes to control quality team. The control quality check them according to quality management plan. If that is according to quality management plan, we get a verified deliverable. If it is not according to quality management plan, we raise a change request. So we get a verified deliverable. The client comes, client checks according to scope baseline. Client check according to scope baseline. If it meets scope baseline, then it is okay. If it does not meet the scope baseline, then that was our mistake. Okay, it is not quality plan. Quality teams check according to the quality plan, not the client. It's a very important concept to understand who check when and what are their ways of checking. Okay, yeah. Next question. What tool or technique would be most helpful in this situation? As you plan your project, you realize that you will need to acquire services from several vendors. However, due to the complexity of the requirement, you are concerned that without additional input from potential sellers, developing a procurement strategy might be difficult. What tool or technique would be more helpful to in this situation? So source selection analysis will not help us because the complexities of the requirement are there. We want to talk to the sellers. So where do we talk to the sellers? This is not the way. Make or buy is not the way. We are left with the meeting with the sellers, and we are left with the bidder conference. So there are many potential sellers. We could have a meeting with the sellers, okay? But the question says that acquire services from several vendors. There are several vendors, okay? When the question says there are many vendors, we cannot basically work into that. We cannot have a meeting with each seller. This will become a very difficult for it. What we can do, we can have a bidder conference. Meeting with the sellers can also be an option, but when you have more than one sellers, several sellers are there, so we will go with the bidder conference. Bidder conference, we can clarify everything, and then we can work into that. It can make it more productive. B is your right answer. I hope this answer should be 100% right from you guys. I have discussed this question multiple times. Yes, everyone is right. Which of the cost is considered outside? Training, testing, appraisal are all inside. Warranty cost is outside. Another cost that is called rework. Understand this thing. Even if the rework was in the option, rework is still an internal cost. Even if the option were rework, rework is still an internal cost. Yes, Vinod. Cost of non-conformance. Yeah. Next questions. Yes, we have already solved this question. Yeah, we have filtered that. Okay. Why you are doing that? You are working on a project as a project manager. You are emphasizing it will be better to deliver value incrementally as compared to one go. The question is actually asking what is the benefit of incremental value over the entire way. You can earn more when the value is delivered incrementally. Actually true. That is actually true. But let's stop here. There will be less risk when delivering value in one go. No, in one go, the value of basically risk is more. So that is not the answer. Both clients and vendors can go home early. No, value can be realized early on by delivering value incrementally. So both of these are right answer, but this is the better answer for that. D is the right answer. Okay. So a lot of questions I put it for the minimum viable product and things like that, because that things come under the business environment and agile. This covers in both of these topics. What will you do? You are working in a car manufacturing company. You are designing a car for the UAE region. You are focused on delivering high level features to test the market. You got a result that are negative to what you expected. Cost is much higher than the benefit. So again, business case is not valid anywhere. We should not launch the MVP. We should not launch the full-fledged product. We will not test anything. The cost is more. We will cancel the project. We will go home. Okay, business case, we discuss one of the project in this way, and the business case benefit to cost. If benefits are less and the cost is more, we don't do that project at all. Next question. What will you do as a project manager? You are the project manager for the upgradation of a project. You are while you are in the planning phase, organization have gone through a merger and now the organization has changed, which makes your project business case obsolete. Again, the same question in a different scenario. Okay, so what does that teaches us? Whenever the business case is out of the way, we'll just go towards closing the project. I hope now no one put the C as an answer. Okay, update the business update the business case to reflect the new strategy. Okay, that can be an option. Update the project charter. Okay, continue work. Now everyone was asking escalate the sponsor. Vijay, here you will escalate the sponsor because you don't have any option. Every option with this question is just like the other question, but you don't have any other options here. Here you will escalate the sponsor. You cannot update the business case. You cannot update the project charter. Your hands are tied here. You need to work into that particular way. Okay, you don't have the authority to do that. You only have the option to escalate the sponsor. G Vijay.
So if one of the option is start closing the project, that will be the answer.
That will be the answer. Yes.
Okay.
I did not see the option. I just read the question. I thought the option was same. Okay. So basically, when I read the option, that was not the answer. Yes, Ubed.
Who can update the business case in a project charter? The
Only,
sponsor himself?
only sponsor or governance. Okay. We cannot do that. As a project manager, you cannot do that. That is the most important thing. G. Next questions. Which skills you have used to come to that decision? Your team member is not performing well for the past month, and as a result, project is lacking behind because of one team member. You went to him and talked to him. You shared the you shared the three he shared basically three of his family members are suffering from COVID. So there are some more work for you after the exam. So he shared that three of his family members are suffering from COVID. You gave him a week off to take care of his family. Which skills you have used? It's not a leadership skill, although it may seems like a leadership skill. It's not a communication skills. It's not an influencing skills. This is understanding the emotions of others, but basically work into that. You empower it. It is emotional intelligence, understanding the emotions of other and how the person can be. The leadership skill is as a more of a generic thing. He did not act as a leader or thinking it. He used a human emotion. There's a human emotion related into this pattern scenario. So he used those human emotions to handle this pattern thing. Okay. There's an option that you can send directly answer to me. Use that, please. Shah Mahmood, same for you. Send direct answers to me, not in the main page. It's skewed the answers. What will you update first? You have identified risk, planned his response, and set a risk owner to that risk. The risk occurred. Now, what will you update first? For all those people who put the answer B, I have been saying that. I have been saying it thousands of times. Thousands of times. You identified a risk, put it into the risk register. And if that occur, you update the risk register. Anything that was not planned, anything that was not identified, if that happened, that thing we put into the issue. That thing we put into the issue. Please, please, the scene as risk has occurred, you will update the risk register. That is because of the risk register. You put explanation, Saleh, and who else? Everyone, Rao, you also made this mistake. Kaleem, need to work into that. Please, everyone understand this thing. Anything that was not planned, you did not made a plan for it, and it occurred, that goes into issue. Okay, please understand this thing. This was a two-liner question, but majority made the wrong answer. What will you update first? You are working in a construction project, an important resource has left the team. So he left the team. the problem. The problem has occurred. Okay, you have identified that. Now you have hired this resource from the manpower agency. What will you update that? You are working in a construction project, an important resource has left. You have identified. Okay, you did the question. Sorry for my English. You already identified that, and you have hired another resources from the manpower agency. Okay, then what does it made? It made it a risk. It actually made it a risk, not an issue. So let me just actually add it while we are talking onto my file. So this question should be something like this. You are working in a construction project. Don't look at the answers. These are I copy paste from other questions. You are working in a project, construction project, an important resource has left the team. Yeah, already identified this, and have hired additional. So in place of this, what will you update? Now, please, I'm sorry for that, but what will you update? Now, what will be your answer from there? No, Kaleem, it will not be resource management plan. This is a risk. The risk has occurred. You will update the risk management plan, risk registers, not risk management plan. With an identified risk, why would you update resource management plan? It has nothing to be resource management plan, how to acquire, manage, and things like that. It has nothing to do with that. Risk register is there, na? You will update the risk register. Please understand what happened in every scenario when we can update those things. Acha ji, next question, another CPI and SPI question. The question number 49. Your cost variance is $500 and your CPI is 1.8. Same thing. I don't need to read the question. Your CV is 500, your SPI is 1. You are running over budget? No. Under budget? Yes. But below schedule? Nah. Under budget in this lecture. The answer. This is another words just to put it that way. Some people are putting answers with the formula, do use formula. You don't need to use a formula. You already have the answer that you need to get after the formula. Okay, next question. Guys, why you are putting C as an answer? What could you have done to avoid this? You are in a sprint review. Sprint review is basically a meeting in which the client accepts something. The client refused. The client means client is rejecting the story. He said that I did not agree with the definition of done what you did. Inviting the client, no, it's not a thing. It has nothing to do with the stand up. And 99.999% we don't call client there. Client is not there. Okay. So A is eliminated. Getting approval of the sprint goal by client. I'll come to that. Putting acceptance criteria on information radiator. We don't put acceptance criteria even on information radiator. Information radiator are basically to show the status of the project. There are thousands of user story. How you are gonna put the on information radiator the criteria of every single user story? There can be 10 things in that. Information editor are to show the status of the project, not to clutter into this. If we put every single thing on information editor, it is not going to work with that. It has nothing to do with that. Asking product owner to check before showing it to the client. You see, please understand this thing. Sprint goal can be like we are going to make minimum viable product in the project. We are going to make these things 8, 9, 10 things in the project. That is an entire sprint goal. Whereas one user story, that user stories are not getting accepted. The entire goal is not in jeopardy. The user stories he is not accepting. He is not agreeing definition of that. Okay, he is not agreeing what you agreed with that. It's not a sprint goal. What we could have done, we could have shown it to the product owner because he is the voice of the customer. He needs to make sure that this thing has been completed. Showing it before that could have been a better answer in walking into that thing. Okay, D is the right answer in this particular question. Next question. Okay, so what will be the most useful for this job? You are the new project manager joining a project in execution. Last project manager left the organization due to health issues. You want to check what are the risks organizations have handled in the past project, not this project. What will be most useful? Risk register is for current project. Project charter is for the current project. OPS can be lesson register is again for this current project, not for the past project. You want to check the past projects, guys. B is the answer. Yes, Rao, Anamika. Shazad, not A, not A, Prasanna. Lesson learned. Shah, I could not see what your answer is. Always put Shah, this Shah, so this is the answer. No, Gandhara, it is Gupta before Numan, no A. Okay. Mama Saleh, there's an option you can send directly answer to me. So do Numan. You can directly send answers to me instead of putting in the main group. B is the right answer, guys. It was an easy question. I don't know why did you miss it. This is why you get so many questions wrong. Yes, Vijay?
If it is lesson learned repository, can we choose A?
That is the purpose, no? That is the purpose there, no? To get to look at the lesson learned repository, and lesson learned repository is the part of the
Yes.
okay. Shah, okay, that's a good thing, but explain in the same message, one message, because I'll lose your message. That. Refill my bottles. Okay, what have you missed? You sent a report to all important stakeholders when you want to meet. Many of them have not. This is the same type question you sent a. Okay, what you have, you did not identify the preferred communication method. This is the same type of the questions. Okay. Okay. This question I need to remove it from there. Guys, do count how many questions I do skip, because we are planning to do 60 questions. I don't want to exceed or decrease. I skipped, I guess, 3 questions. And 20. Hussein, your client wants the project in parts. How can it be waterfall? Put their justification in the chat box. How can it be waterfall, yaar? Waterfall. Shazad, same goes for you. How can it be waterfall? He wants the project in parts. Waterfall, that is traditional, is single delivery. Saleh, same goes for you. Numan, same goes for you. Why did you miss the part? You lost 1 mark because of this mistake. Vinod, then his requirements are fixed. Sajad, Vinod, Nadeem Khan, his requirements are fixed. Okay. Hassan, his requirements are fixed. Agile requirements are not fixed. Please understand the question. Pallavi, same goes for you. Suresh, his requirements are fixed. Saleh, it's not agile. Please understand. Ubaid, what is point driven? Nobody select the option A. So you thought, let's select the option A. Where have you read the point driven even? That is not even a PMP term. It should be iterative, yeah, Hassan, but you should select iterative. Na? Guys, please understand this thing. This was an easy question. I don't know why you got it wrong, yeah. No. Now you are wrong. Okay. A client has requested to deliver the project in parts. The first thing is that when the client asks in parts. Okay. When the client asks in parts, I'm not saying any option is right or wrong. I'm just saying, let's discuss this thing. Any option should be parts. It should be incremental. Okay. And its requirements are fixed. Which life cycle you will be using for this project. Now, interestingly, the right answer should be incremental. Incremental is the right answer, which is not in the option. So normally it should be in the option. So instead of point driven, I should have written incremental. Okay. But let's see what we have here. Waterfall. Let me first edit the question also, and let me explain this topic to all of you. This thing is a very important thing. This thing entirely explains the entire agile concept. Okay, so how this different life cycles we have. Okay, what is not writing? Okay, so here we have requirements, and here we have delivery. If requirement is fixed and there is a single delivery, and requirements are fixed, then we use predictive, which is also known as waterfall. If requirements, are variable but delivery is single, this is iterative. If you have multiple deliveries and requirements are fixed, it's incremental. If both are changing, that means you are agile. This is an important concept to master, guys. I hope this makes sense to you. And if you think the question is wrong, cross check that. Now, all the question, even some question can be in an exam, you will get the mark for that. But cross check the question, ask me the question. Whichever the simulator you do, ask that a question. Okay, so this can be happening here, but don't use your concept wrong. Please master your concept. This is one of the very important questions that we just did. Thank you, Solomon. We are getting A and C as an answer. A and C. Let's see. Let's see the question. Which type of organization you are working for? Okay. You are the project manager responsible for upgradation of its infrastructure. A functional manager came to your project and has taken the key resource for this project. You waited for the functional manager to return the resource at its ease. This will cause a delay into the project. Please understand this thing. In a functional organization, there is no project manager. There is no PM in the functional organization. For all those you are selecting the answer, there is no PM in the functional organization. Then what is the difference between weak and functional? Functional has no PM at all. It's only an operational organization. If it was projectized, he could never take the people from there. From balance, he has to ask it. Who goes for strong? That's a simple question. I don't know why you put A as an answer. I don't know why you put A as an answer. The right answer was C. C was the right answer, and there has to be no confusion in there. Please don't make this confusion. Okay, we don't have project manager in the functional organization. A project manager in functional organization. In weak matrix, we do that. Okay. What plan should the project manager update to reflect this? The CEO was deeply involved at the start of the project, as this was one of the risky projects. Now he has requested the sponsor only to invite him in phase review meeting, as he will be busy with the coming projects. Okay, what document should be? This is not a problem here. So this is not a problem here. What he wants is that he wants to minimize the frequency. 4 hours of communication. First, his information was on daily basis or weekly basis. Now he wants the information only to be received on some time. Okay. So this is a very important thing. This is a very, very important thing that we need to look into that. Now we need to have a talk with you. The message you put, we need to discuss with that regarding the functional. Okay. So here the answer would be B, communication plan. The answer would not be D. I don't want to see D as an answer. We will not put stakeholder register. People putting stakeholder register, what you want to put into that? What do you have into the stakeholder register? Stakeholder register, maximum thing you will get from the stakeholder register is high power, high interest. High power, high interest. He is still powerful. He is still interested in the project. He just don't want the frequency to be there. He wants to change the frequency here. He is still powerful. Tell me this thing. If a stakeholder wants report at a monthly basis, you think he's not interested? How can you think that he's not interested? The same, he is still powerful. He is interested, but he wants his engagement to be a little bit low. Hasan, he want, if we go back to the question, he requested him in the phase review meeting, as he will be busy with the upcoming project. He is not saying I'm not interested at all. He's less interested. You don't have anything in your power interest graph. You don't have anything in your power interest graph. He's saying that, okay, and now I will take other risky project. This is the power interest graph. This is the power interest graph. Oh, we go to next question. This is the power interest graph. Power interest. Okay. High power, high interest. High power, low interest. Low power, high interest. He was here. He's still here because he's still interested in the project. That's why he asked him to add him to the phase review meeting. He never said that I don't want to be included in the project at all. He needs less engagement. He does not need daily report. So the only answer is communication plan. Update the communication plan. The communication.
Brother Amir?
Who is talking? Please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. Yeah, please raise your hand. Anyone want to ask anything? Please follow the ground rule. Okay. So this is a very important thing, that when high power, high interest, he is still high power person, he is still high interested in the project. Okay. But now the only thing he wants is frequency to be changed. And that is the communication plan. Right information at right time to right people to have right impact. 4 hours of communication. His frequency is changing, yaar. Okay, please understand. If anyone has any question on this thing, this is a very important question about the stakeholder. Please ask. If anyone has any question, they can raise their hand and they can ask. Okay. So,
hello, Brother Amir.
Mustaq, why don't you raise your hand, brother? There's an option.
Brother, you know that I want to talk to you, right? So that's what I'm asking the question.
The question,
yeah.
By looking at the question, it seems that his interest is getting less because he's going to be busy in other projects, and he has asked, specifically asked, that please don't share everything with me, just share few reports or the final reports. That means he's more interested in other projects and he has less interest in this project. So we, I could be wrong, but just to clarify.
Still interested. Less interested means still interested.
Okay. So we won't change our register or whatever was the first
Okay.
option.
Okay, let's say we want to change the register. What do you want to change in the register? Classify me that. Give me the exact area what you will be updating. Give me that.
We will change his interest. We'll mark him as less interested.
He's still interested.
No?
He's still interested. He's saying, give me the report. If you don't send him the phase review report, you will be in a trouble. You will be in a trouble. Right?
Okay.
He's still interested, na?
Yeah, get it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, yes. Okay, Prem, you raise your hand.
I read the question like, the project was in critical stage, and that's the reason he wanted regular updates. And once the project has moved on from that critical stage, the problem is resolved, and now he wants to take up slightly backseat, but definitely he's interested in the project.
Yeah, yes, he's still interested. Thank you. Sidra, you can lower your hand. Yes, Kalim.
Hi, Amer. Where it is said that the communication is the point here in the question.
What is communication plan?
So 4 hours, like what kind of
what is 4 hour?
Right time, right frequency, and what?
Instead of getting daily reports, he want report at the phase. So that is the frequency.
The frequency of the reports.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Numan.
Sir, can we please go back to the question? Yeah. So, sir, the question he says that he requests the sponsor only to involve him in phase review meetings. First of all, he has not requested the project manager. He has requested the sponsor for the change. The second thing was that he says what document should the project manager update to reflect this. So if we change his interest, we should reflect it in the stakeholder register, because this is the question says that he is now not interested to be involved in all of the meetings. How can we reflect his interest in the communication?
Again, the same thing what I explained to Sidra. In stakeholder register, we have two options: positive, negative. He is interested, he is not interested. He is still interested in the project. That's why he asked phase review meeting now. He asked he did not say that I'm not interested. He still wants to have a phase review meeting. Okay. So we need to understand that he wants to have a phase review meeting. He needs to work with them. This needs to be understood.
Right, sir, but
yeah,
but in some of the examples of the stakeholder register that I saw, there was this option of high interest, high power, high power, low interest.
Numan, please look this graph. This is the graph of the stakeholder register. No? This is the graph of the stakeholder register. Does there anywhere include a little bit interested or a little bit not interested? There's only one thing: interested or not interested. He's still interested or not? Tell me just like this.
Yes, sir, he is interested, but less interested. Is it high interest, high power, low interest? Isn't it high power, low interest, or
low interest means not interested at all? No,
low interest. Is it low interest or no interest?
It will be no interest. No, he is still there. No, it is not frequency there. Either he's in there, we will send him the report, or we will not send him the report. Okay, I will send him the report. We will send him the report, or we will not send him the report. Okay.
Right. So
we send him the report, or we will not send him the report. That is, yeah. If anyone has any other opinion on this question apart from discussing the same thing, then they can ask the question. Yes, Pallavi.
No, sir, I had the same interpretation, and maybe I misinterpreted. Yeah. So what I thought is, while reading the question, I thought it is low interest, high power. So my perspective was to just keep him informed that yes, he has an interest in it, but it is low, and he has a power as a CEO of the company. So that is why I thought of putting him in a stakeholder register in a category of keeping him informed.
But yeah, I did explain that. Yes, Sidra, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sir, if we could change option A with that matrix thing where we define that he's low, where we define the current status and then the desired status.
Still, it will be communication plan.
Still, it will be coming. Okay.
Okay. The thing is that if you understand the question is saying about the frequency. We are sharing him and now from there we have moved towards the other angle. That is then.
Okay, get it,
Yeah,
get it. Thank you, sir.
we are changing the frequency into that particular order. Yes, Hussein.
See, my question is if the question changed, for example, let's say now they're saying this is the riskiest project, and let's say the sponsor is supposed to be involved in all the meetings, right? Then this is an issue, right? Because
No. Let rephrase the question. Rephrase the question. I did not understand. I guess your mic is bad, or maybe sound is not coming proper. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's say now this says this is the riskiest project, right? There's a risk. This project is very risky.
Okay.
Now he has requested to involve him only in the phase review meeting, but maybe his requirement is to be in all the meetings, right? Not in phase review, because it's a risky project where the CEO must be involved in this case.
Yeah.
Right. Then this will be an issue, right? You need to identify as an issue.
Then we could have looked into that. We could have looked into that. You see, but when I was making this question, I can also understand. Basically, what happens, especially in the earthquake or floods, what happens when these things are coming, or a new milestone is at your forehead. The milestone is coming. You want to handle that milestone immediately. Then the sponsors or the people, the senior people, they immediately want the daily report. When that milestone pass, they say, give us occasionally report. So that is the logic behind that question while I was making that question. Okay. So this was the logic behind this question. Yeah. We will only update if we are moving him from the, no, if his power changes, interest changes, even new stakeholder power interest changes, we will update that accordingly. Okay. Yeah. Yes, Grace, you have a question?
So, sir, the question, I think most of us were confused because what's the first document that we should update? First, the stakeholder has been in a very high power, high interest. And next, he just says that he wants to get involved only during, certain meetings are happening according to the question. But when do we update the stakeholder register then? And then when do we update the communication management plan?
Yeah, we update the communication management plan when anything talks about the frequency of the project, when anything talks about the how the communication frequency will be there, things like that. When these things occur, then we update the plans. Okay.
So which goes first now, since now we are just going to update the communication.
When we are updating the frequency and the things like that, then basically we will update the communication plan. Okay, when we want to change the engagement level or the strategies, like instead we want to change the strategies to engage the stakeholder, then will be stakeholder engagement plan. If a stakeholder is saying now I don't need report, if he said I don't need report, the question was that I don't need report, then maybe we could have updated the stakeholder register because he does not want it. Or if he left the organization, then the stakeholder register may have updated in that pattern.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Yep. Got it.
So guys, let's have our 2-3 minutes break. Then we will discuss the next questions. Okay. All. Acha ji. Okay. So a simple question, I would say. Let's see. Acha ji, let's solve this question. Now, this is a very important question. How to identify number of channels. Although this is not in the new PMI ATP material, but still knowing it does not hurt you. It's a very easy way. N is number of stakeholders. You put the number of stakeholders and you straightforward get how many communication channels are there. You are reporting 5 stakeholders. You are reporting 5 stakeholders in the past few months. 2 stakeholders have increased in the project. How many communication channels are there? Please understand this thing. You are a stakeholder. You are reporting to 5 stakeholders. Total number of stakeholders are 6. You are reporting to 5 people. Okay, there are 5 people and you are reporting to them. Total number of stakeholders was 6. Now it has become 2. Total number become 8. 8 minus 8, 1. Why do you think I would put such an easy question? Because of this trick in it. The right answer is 28. Read the question very clearly. Many people put C as an answer and C is the wrong answer because you missed the critical point that was in the question. Okay. G. Next question. Should I answer your question after this question? Let's solve this question. A new stakeholder has entered your organization. You have put him in the stakeholder register. You have determined his engagement level and found that he is resistant to the project as it can make his team job obsolete. Acha, another question that I want to ask, reference to the previous question that we had a long discussion. If someone is resistant, where do you put him in a high power, high chart? On a power interest graph, where will you put him? Put the answer. Ignore him. This is the Darwin law. No. Try to hide the facts. No. Whenever there's a conflict, always face-to-face communication is the best thing. If someone is resistant, what do you put? Okay, let's see what answer you put there. Interactive. High power, high interest. No, Muhammad, he cannot be anywhere. If someone is resistant and is an important stakeholder, first thing, he is high interested. To be interested, someone has to be uh, resistant, sometimes had to be interested. Yeah. Okay, Yashizad, you ask the question, please. Shizad, you asked a question. Raise your hand. I guess no question.
Sir, can we go to previous question, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I want to understand how it become 8.
Yeah. You see, you are reporting. You are reporting to 5 people. Okay. 5 people. You are calling to write 5 people. How many stakeholders are there? 6. 5 they and 6th you person. Stakeholder is everyone is involved. When we talk about the communication channel works with everyone. How everyone can communicate. First,
Okay,
6.
sir. Okay.
6 plus 2, 8. G.
Okay, sir.
Yes,
Thank you.
Shah.
Thank you.
Yes, Shah.
Sir, in the current question, the one after this, we have already identified him as resistant. So we could have, I'm assuming we have already done the face-to-face meeting to understand his concern, and we came out to a conclusion that he is resistant to the project. And then we should escalate to the.
No, you said a very beautiful word.
Yeah.
I am assuming that we already have talked, we have already had a face-to-face meeting. You are assuming. The question does not say there. Is there anything?
But how do we find out that he is resistant to the project?
There can be multiple ways because his job is getting obsolete. You put it that way without even having a conversation with him. The question does not say anywhere that we have a face-to-face meeting. We had a previous face-to-face meeting and that he's not understanding. Please understand this thing. To escalate the sponsor, it should always be like that. You have done every single thing and now you are left with the last option to escalate to the sponsor. Okay, now you are left with the last option to escalate to the sponsor. In order to escalate the sponsor, you have already done every single. Now you are left with escalating to him. Means you, if the question said you already had a face-to-face meeting with him and he is still not agreeing with you, is still resistance, now you escalate to the sponsor. That could have been an answer. Okay. G. Next question. Turn the timer on. So you are working on Agile organization, business case and benefit management plan have been approved. Now organization is trying to make proof of concept, whether this project can work or not. What will this result? Now proof of concept is none of these things. It is MVP. Okay. If the option was you want to check whether you want to check the proof of concept and then the option was architectural spike, what would be the answer? Architectural spike. You know how it can be project management plan here. Unmute yourself. What the project management plan has to do with the proof of concept?
Sorry.
No. Tell me. I want to understand your justification. Like project management plan is the least thing to do with the that spike. What it has to do with that?
I thought something is changing in the with the in the project.
Even if it is changing, you see, proof of concept mean this can work or not. The prototype is the right answer, but the best answer if you have is architectural spike. Architectural spike in Agile we do to conduct proof of concept. It can work or it cannot work. POC, proof of concept. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. G. Next question. Finally, some team questions. I was thinking, why not team question? Okay. You are working on a project, two teams are having conflict regarding the design of new prototype. They are in the stage of the conflict, number one. So what we would do? We have discussed this question on a multiple occasion. When the teams are at the stage one, we do not nothing. Stage one is an important stage where the team is trying to solve the problem. Okay, and I'm very happy everyone has put C as an answer. Next question. If you'd like me to mentor you. Okay, the development team has calculated the velocity as 25 story points. However, product owner is insisted it could be 40 story points. You try to reach a consensus. You try to reach a consensus for a decision. Both of them came, you failed. You tried to reach a consensus but failed. Both of them came to you for a decision. What will you do? We will not escalate the product owner. We will not ask the team to do the decisions by itself, because as a team person, you need to work into that. You need to solve the conflict. If they could have solved it, they could never have come to it. And the conflict is about how much work is gonna take. If the conflict was how much value this user story has, we would have taken the product owner side. Now the conflict is all about how much work we are going to take. That is the team decision. So you will, as a scrum master, as a project manager, you will take the side of team. Okay, you will take the side of team. G, next question. Did you raise your hand? Let me just explain this question. Just give me 10 seconds, then we can work into that. How risks are not handled in Agile? The question is how risks are not handled in Agile. Agile. Pair programming, yes, people are sitting together. In pair programming, we do handle the risk. Okay, we do the pair programming risk. It is something that we do. Two persons are sitting together, immediately they identify the risk, and we can do that. Risk is tracked in the burn down chart. Yes, we have burn down chart. Risk log, risk register is used. Yes, some author called it a risk register, but risk log is the real agile term. Okay. Spikes are used, specific time we put aside to handle the risk. Daily stand-ups, yes. We don't have the plans and qualitative or quantitative risk assessment in HR. This is not what we do into that. Spikes are used, Priyal. Spikes are used only in HR. And the risk spike, the purpose of the risk are this. Yeah, Grace, it should be handled in Agile. You are right. G. Vinod, please. What's your question?
This was for the previous question.
Okay.
So under the development team, we consider the team as a self-organized and self-empowered.
Okay.
So my point was, why can't we choose D as the answer?
Because the team has already requested your help. The team was self-organized. They were all those things, but you are a servant leader. Okay. Now team has come to you for help. You are saying that I cannot help. You should do it yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, this point of view, that is the.
Okay.
Yes, I change it, not handled in the agent. Okay, so this I'm not gonna do the drag and drop. We will have a separate coaching call for drag and drop. Okay, so this is an interesting question because it asks to choose three options. Okay, Vijay Anand, you missed that thing. Okay, Prasanna, you also missed that thing. Hussain, you also missed that thing. Okay, and who also missed? Grace, you choose two options. It says three options. Okay, Shah Mansur. Okay, Nadeem Khan, also you. You choose two options. The question said three options. Whenever it asks three options, yes, it asks the three options. Okay, so that's an interesting thing. But that's a good thing in the exam. In exam, if exam asks three options, unless you select the three, you cannot move forward. What will you do next? You are managing a project. You have identified risk and set an owner for the risk owner. Risk owner was monitoring the risk and he shared with it impact will be more than what that impact will be more than what planned. In other words, risk is a probability into impact and impact is more than that we planned. Okay, so what are the three things we are gonna do? Raise a change request for ask the management result. Yes, we need more money. Update the risk register. Yes, we may need to update the risk register. Okay, update the issue log. No, it's still a risk. We identified it. The impact increase. Do the impact analysis. Yes, much impact can be there, but the impact is there. No? Okay, the impact we did that. We did impact analysis, na? How does he know that he did the impact analysis, na? So this will not be there. So ask him to keep tracking the risk. That is one thing he needs to keep on track the risk so that he does not miss. But a very interesting question, especially if you are working with the risk. Anyone got the question right? It's a very interesting question. Like you need to look into that. First thing, this is still a risk. You calculated the impact will be more, but you identified it. So that by definition, it's a risk. Then since you need more money, you reach the change request. Okay, so this is a very interesting topic to work into that and work into that. Yes, Gupta, sure. So the answers will be you ask money because you need more money for that. You update the risk register and you don't do the impact analysis. This was a very tricky option because people think we need to do the impact analysis. Why you did the impact analysis and you are telling him after that that the impact will be this. The impact will be more than we planned for. Okay, so you need, but we need to track the risk now. Yes, Numan.
Sir, why don't we escalate to sponsor? Because the impact will be greater than we have planned. First, we have to go to the sponsor that this is happening. Then we update the risk register. If the sponsor allows it, yeah.
No. We will update even sponsor allow, sponsor does not allow. Sponsor has nothing to do with updating the risk register. We will, when we are raising the change request, it is automatically escalating it to the sponsor, na, whom we are going to ask money for management reserve.
Okay.
Make sense? Yeah. Okay. Ajit, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Like even before using the contingency reserve, can we straight away ask for the management reserve?
When the impact is more, we don't have a money for that. For that, we cannot, we don't have money, then we have to ask them. Na? We don't have the money for that.
But when do we ask this management reserve? When the risk is materialized or in the planning itself we will ask?
We can also ask in planning. If we identify the risk, we set the baseline and we said, okay, this much risk will be there. Normally it is in execution or monitoring and control, normally 90% of the time. But even in the planning, you made a plan, your plan got approved, but then you identified some new information came to you, okay, do this. And then you can ask.
And ideally, then ideally it should come as part of the budget itself, right? Because the contingency reserve is or management reserve for unknown ones, right?
Yeah, you made a bad mistake, na. You made a mistake. You did not calculate the budget right. So in the planning, you may update the budget again. But normally, it will come in the monitoring and control. Because if you look at that, risk was being monitored. Okay, so this is monitoring and control. It goes into the monitoring and control. But I am giving you a scenario. It can come in planning also. Okay, it can come plan, and you need to update the plan. Right? Yes, Sidra.
Sir, I have a question. For management reserves, we also go for unknown risk, but you have mentioned that the project risk was identified. On top of that, we have also given a risk owner. So how can we go for the management reserves?
Let me ask you first question. If the option was choose one answer, what will be your answer? Everyone put your answer. If the question was put one right answer instead of choose three, what would have been the answer?
Update the risk register.
Raise the change request.
Then again change. No,
Yes.
but for management reserves.
I'm telling you that now. Why? You see, what is management reserve? Management reserve is the money that the management has. They put it for them for anything that we did not plan for, or when our threshold or tolerance something exceeds than our tolerances. So in this pattern scenario, what has happened? It has gone beyond our threshold, beyond our tolerance. We did not estimated it. We did not have that. We'll ask them to support us. Okay, Ji Sajjad sir.
Sir, in that case, in the threshold, the risk threshold is under that, and we can manage the risk within team. So in that case, still the management, then in that case, management reserve will not be applicable, right?
Yes, it will not be. And in that case, we will not also raise the change request. If that was the case, let's say risk owner was monitoring the risk and risk occurred as planned. So what would we do? We will update the risk register. That's it. There is nothing else.
Alright.
Maybe ask him to keep tracking, to look for the residual risk or secondary risk could have been the answer. Yeah, but
Alright, thank you.
Yes, Naman.
So my question is that when we assign a risk owner to a risk, is it only the risk owner's responsibility to do the impact analysis, or anyone else can be involved in that process?
Owner's responsibility is to look at the trigger of the risk. Okay. Look at the trigger of the risk. And Naman, we will be doing few more questions. I understand you are hungry, but let's just do four more questions. G, next question. Which project approach would best support the goal to maximize the number of center deployed? An emergency vaccine rollout project should deploy a vaccine center as soon as pre-vetted locations are booked. Fast changing factors such as the delay, batch shipments, etc., may block. However, after passing the toolkit, the process does not vary to begin setup at location. Okay, so few things can change, few things are there. Okay, full productive cannot never be used. Okay, that is never a use. Okay, an agile life cycle approach for the deployment and the predictive methods for booking. If we look at that, there are two things here. uh, Fast changing factors such as delays, batch shipment, safety protocols, they may they need something as an agent. But after doing that, the setup is does not do that. For the first thing, you may need you may need an agile process to increase it. But after that, you can do the predictive process into that. Okay. So B will be the right answer in this pattern question. An interesting question, a different question that you may have seen. Who has given the right answer? Many people. Well done, guys. Acha ji, next question. Okay, very few answers. Guys, you need more time or you are tired? If you are tired, we can call it a day. It's not that we have to do these many questions. There is no strictness in that. Which of the following reveals as how can the project manager forecast the completion date with more accuracy? It has been 8 months in strategic agile project. Companies executives are closely monitoring the progress. The project director is frustrated about the last weekly burn down charts. They're significantly moving backward and forward. Which of the following reveals as how can the project manager forecast? Decrease the frequency of reporting, that is never the answer. Let the executive committee know about the flexibility nature. Yes, that can be. Go for planning variable size iteration based on the, oh, there is that question. Story complexion and load. Elaborate the upcoming backlog item in more details. Okay, let's see what your answers are. Prem, you gave two answers. Prem, unmute yourself. What is your right answer? D is their answer. Okay, so the thing is that I did solve this question in one of the coaching calls. I select C option, go for a planning variable size iteration, but we cannot do that. Once there's stories there, we cannot change these things. So I would go for the D option as the right option in this pattern question. Okay, so one person said that. Okay, next question. The customer insists that the approval can given after repeating all the test case in that targeted environment. This is an environment where the customer wants the work to be done and they can only give approval then. A medical equipment vendor runs a hybrid project that includes some custom software deployment by an agile team. Okay. The team progress is good, but the slow customer approval cause unnecessary delays. Now, what is happening? The team is doing good, but the customer is not approving because customer says the approval has to be in this patent environment. How can the project manager accelerate the approvals and build customer? Invite the customer to send representative to witness the team's testing to pre-approve the test. Okay, a lot of eliminated. Work out an agreement with the customer to defer. No, this cannot be. Work with the team to enable verification on targeting environment in definition of done. What does that mean? When the team is testing themselves, they make that environment, that is what they are agreeing. So they agree to the definition of done. That's what they are saying. Seems very reasonable option. Allow the team to progress on their pace. So this is not an answer. So C is the only reasonable option that basically solves the problem. Okay, next question. G. Very few people are putting answers there. Guys, questions are getting difficult. Why I'm not saying answers from you? Everyone, you need to put your answers. The project manager explained to the customer that it is not feasible unless the requirement for second milestones are changed. What action should the project manager take? In a hybrid project, the customer has issued a contract that specifies the deliverable for each quarter. That's why it's deliverable for each quarter. The customer want to show their stakeholder a tangible outcome in the first quarter and wants to move the second milestone on the first quarter. The project manager explained that this is not feasible. Ask the customer for their priority regarding the requirements of the second milestone. That is an interesting option. That can be the answer, like asking the customer about their priority, what priority they are asking. Go back to a development team and discuss with the milestone requirement can you perform. So that is a very difficult thing. Tell the customer that moving the milestone has a very high impact on the cost of the project. How do you know that? Where it is written? People have said the answer C. Habib, you put it C. Sidra, you put it C. How do you know that? That there is an impact on the cost. No one said that anything about the cost. Pallavi, also you. How do you know that? There's an impact on the cost. Let me read. If so many people are saying, I missed something. In a hybrid project, the customer has issued a contract that specifies the deliverables for each quarter. The customer want to show that their stakeholder a tangible outcome in the first quarter and want to move the second milestone to the first quarter. The project explained that it is not feasible unless the requirements are changed. There is nothing about the cost. I thought I read it something wrong. Nowhere it is written anything about the cost here. So how can you go with the cost? You made me read second time. There's nothing written about the cost. Okay. Grace, I'll answer the question. Just give me a second. Go back to development team. No, that is not the escalate the issue to the upper management. Convince the customer. No. So basically here, what is happening? There's a conflicting priority. The priority of the questions is getting the problem here. So talking to them and asking them the priority. What do you want? What do you want and how can we prioritize them? Maybe change the entire thing, the product backlog or something like that. Because we need to, first of all, we need to work what the customer wants. So ask them, bhai, what do you want? Let's prioritize that thing and change the shift into that, and then work into that. Setting the priority straightforward is the most important thing. G, Grace, you had a question or you raised the hand unintentionally?
So for the cost, right, because you told that how we know that it is cost, the last line in that question has something, the second, the requirements for the second milestones are changed. It's not feasible unless the requirements for second. So how do we know that, cost is not, cost cannot have a high
question has to
impact?
say its cost, na? The question has to say its cost, na? You did impact how many dollars? It has to say something about cost, na?
Okay.
Jinuman.
Sir, the question says it is not feasible unless the requirement for the second milestone are changed. So project manager will always go to a development team and he will ask to them, can you achieve this milestone in the first quarter? It can be the answer.
It can be the answer. I'm not saying it. No, it's not the answer. So let's explore a little bit more of your answer. Go back to the development team, discuss with the second milestone requirement can be performed in the first quarter. What the question is saying that? The question is saying that project manager explained that it is not feasible. He already talked to them. How he knows that? He already have talked to someone or the development team that it is not feasible.
Yes, okay.
That's how eliminated the option B. Thank you. Ji Sidra, where do you see dollars?
No, but sir, when the customer is saying that do this work early, we will do crashing, and for crashing, we will have a cost impact.
It's agile. It's agile or hybrid. How you estimated it's a predictive question? Tell me that thing. Remember this rule. Remember this rule. Unless it is mentioned, you are working in a construction project, you are a predictive. Every question is a hybrid question. That's a rule. Straightforward to pass the PMP. I request all of you to consider all the questions as hybrid questions. Okay, which means in order to change the request, in order to add something, you need to raise the change request. But you will do everything else in your power to help the customer. Okay. G. Next question. Which of the following is the agile practice which would most effectively help prevent the problem? There has been a sharp increase in the user complaints of the product development methods of a smartphone company. The smartphone manufacturer reassesses the method. Analysis of a complaint reveals that the user are trying to use some feature in a ways that did not uh, anticipate. Which of the following? Wow. Now, what has just happened? Can anyone tell me? Anyone would like to raise their hand? Yes, Noman.
Yes, there is a mobile has been launched, and the customer are using the feature that is not been added or that not been if you can say
Can
not
you
been test driven.
can
It's
you
not
give an
been test.
example? Can you give an example?
It's like
Okay, let me give my example. I bought this. I have given this example many times. I bought this iPhone, and the first week I was working on it. I was doing video editing. It was getting so hot that actually I have to, because I put a lot of money to that. I used to do that things like that. Why? It was not designed for that. It was not designed for video editing, and plus its battery timing was horrible. They never even, when I complained to the like Apple, what is happening this, and then one of their team come back to me. It was like, what are you doing? I told them I am doing video editing, and he said, when you edit the video, how long they are? So it is 15 minutes. That we never even thought about that. That you will be doing video editing of 15 minutes on this. It was designed for 1 to maximum 5 minutes. Maximum 5 minutes. But my videos can go up to 10, 15 minutes. And I was doing that. So he asked me a little bit to do this thing. Then it became better. Yes, iOS 16 has then the second battery problem that is still there. The iPhone said that is 29 hours. When I'm actually using my phone, it does not last 10 hours. Okay, because it was not designed that way. Why? Your battery consumes a lot when you are doing messaging. It consumes more than you are watching the video. It consumed actually more when you are watching the video. When you are watching the video, only video is turned there or voice is there. When you are doing messaging, the brightness is there, things are there, you're moving this and that, sound is there. So that is behavior development. Sir, अपना phone फेंक दे, फेंक के आपको पढ़ा दूं. So yeah, yeah. You see, I foresee that that's what you are saying. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, basically this is behavior driven development. They did not analyze the behavior of that, how they are gonna do it. Smoke testing is that can you do that? Red green refactoring is test driven development. Test driven development, acceptance test development are both same thing. So this is a very interesting question, and I really like these answers. Yeah. Okay. Next question. Come on, lower your hand, please. Okay. Select three situations would result from the lack of servant leadership. Roke is a project manager experienced in a predictive methods. He is taking on agile project for the first time. In order to seamlessly adjust to shift from predictive to agile, he make a watch list of a situation that arise from the insufficient action as a servant leader. Select three situations. Team member don't communicate directly with the other departments. Okay, that can be, but yeah, how that servant leadership would have. Okay, team members come up with an impediment that they are unable to neutralize. Okay, team member don't take on a challenging task. Okay, stakeholder express skepticism over agile methods. Teams high performers move to more senior position. This is actually not a lag thing. Okay, that straightforward eliminated. E is not the right answer. If anyone put it there, so that's a how E is the right answer. यार unmute तो करो जरा. I'll talk later about that.
Yes, sir.
How the question was asking lack of leadership, and like this is how this is a lack of leadership.
The team high performers move to more
Good
senior.
thing. It's a good thing, na? So we're looking
Yeah.
at because of a lack. So how that could be the answer, sir?
All right. Okay, my mistake. Yes.
Project stakeholder express skepticism over agile methods. It can be the answer. Team member don't take on a challenging task. Okay, so this is nothing to do with that. Don't communicate directly with the other method. This is not the right answer. Team after comma impediment, they are unable to neutralize. This is first thing. This is the right answer. This is the right answer, and then we get to the B. They are unable to neutralize because there is no one to work with them to facilitate with them. Okay, B, C, and D. Next question. After this question, we'll have a 5-minute break. I guess you guys need a break. Maybe have a coffee. We will do maximum 15 to 20 more questions, not more than that. Acha ji, which of the following could justify the project manager invitation to operations engineer? Jason is a new team member who is unaccustomed to agile practices. An operation engineer often criticize Jason's work. Jason become nervous when the operation engineers appear in the stand-up. Okay. Now, one of the thing is that you can invite people to the stand-up just to have a look into that. Okay. And way to the boost the performance, things like that. So way to boost new performance and keep him on his toes? Now, that is a this till this part it was a good answer. When it comes to this part, this becomes a negative thing. This is not something that we should do in agile at least. A routine agile practice at preventing routine setting to daily meeting. Okay. Ways for the project manager to learn more about the new team member. Standard practice of agile to proactively correct deviations. So, so you see, one of the things that we need to understand that what has happened here. We brought them there, okay, and he is unaccustomed. Jason is unaccustomed to the agile practice. Operational engineer criticized Jason work. Jason become nervous when the engineer is there. We justify the manager invitation to operation manager. So A is not the answer. C is not the answer. Now let's go to B and D. A routine practice aimed at preventing the routine setting into the daily meeting. Why do we don't want the routine at that? We want routine in the agile, in the daily standard. We want the routine to happen there. So D will be the right option here. Okay. No, Vinod, C is not the answer here. Yeah. C is not the answer here. Okay, guys, let's have a. Okay. Next question, Ji. G. What action should the project manager take to improve the team performance? A company project management office is incorporating more adaptive technology and has hired a new project manager. While hybrid project management experience team, the team is slowly is adopting the new technology and has not been updating the artifact. What action should the project manager take to improve the team performance? The real question is how to improve the team's performance. Set up a training sessions. Okay. Send an email. Never. Never. Speak individually with each about the making need the updates. So straightforward. A can be a better answer. How do you talk to every team member? That is very slow now. We will set up a training session for them. Okay. We'll set up a training session with them. Already did this question. Okay. G, which of the following option reveals what should the project manager do next? Despite the team's best effort to address several blockades into items on the team Kanban board, the team still happens to remain as it is. Still, the problem is there. The retrospective reveals that all impediments can be tracked back to a particular department head. So we can finally we did a right thing that we do in our real job. We find someone to blame. The project manager had tried to educate the departmental head previously, but the head still remain resistant. Which of the following option reveal what should the project manager do next? Inquire the departmental head of budgetary compensation that proportional to delay incur. That's a very bad thing. Send out the information with the information radiator. Find out stakeholder who can help work around departmental set barrier. You see, all other options does not make sense. Only C is something that we can work into that. And guys, if anyone put any other answer, I want to talk to them. Why you put any other answer apart from C option? Okay, B even a little bit option. How can you already identify the stakeholder? You already make use of stakeholder analysis to identify and align senior stakeholder who could, okay, I did not read the option properly. Wait. So find out stakeholder who can help work around the departmental set barrier. Oh, sorry. Make use of analysis to identify and align stakeholder, senior stakeholder who could influence the department. Oh, D now makes more sense. So what do you say, C or D? So D is the right answer. D becomes. Sidra, why C or why not D? I missed the stakeholder analysis word, but why you missed it?
Because I was of the view that we have discussed somewhere workarounds or something like that. So I thought the department head could reduce the barriers between the stakeholders and the project manager.
Anyone else who thinks C is the answer? If yes, yeah.
Yeah, actually, it's between C and D because you need a senior stakeholder or a person who can influence this department, because the statement says that department head is resistant.
That is okay.
You have already.
Between C and D, that is okay. Anyone who says C is the answer. G, Hussain.
No, I wanted to say C is the wrong answer.
C is the wrong answer.
Because the reason I wanted to say is because we are trying to stop this in future, because if you do this, it is trying to be only a temporary issue, right? Because you're going to fix it temporarily. You cannot use another resource on a daily basis to fix the issues, right? So you have to go with something that you can fix permanently, which is D.
Yeah. Then interestingly, what mistake I did in getting the wrong answer? Can anyone tell me? I did not do the one thing that I always preach.
You didn't, sir, read the whole answer of D.
I didn't use elimination technique. Elimination technique demands, even if you get the right answer, you go through every option. C was the right answer from ABC. But when I read the D answer, D was a better answer. So guys, this is a very beautiful, but I do always. So that's why you get those scores. Okay. That will be very interested to see who will be the first PMP among this list, because few people are very fast. Like they're moving in a very fast pace. Vinod is doing excellent work. Rania is doing excellent work. Sidra is on the track. Grace, Anamika, a lot of people doing very great work. And I want to see Gupta, a new star, but still, let's see how we can do that from batch 10. Yes, Manoj.
Sir, there is a, could you please go back to the question? Could you please show me? So there is some point called sprint retrospective reveals that all impediments can be traced back. So So could you please elaborate that?
Yeah, basically C does not make work around the department's head barrier. Okay, that is a right answer, but that's not a PMI terminology. What we want is that we need to look what we do. We look at the stakeholder analysis. Okay, someone a high power stakeholder, upward stakeholder who talk to that, who can use his influence. That is the right way to do that. C is not a
Okay.
wrong answer, but D is a better answer. That's why I
Okay.
selected the C option first, na? Because it seemed like the right answers. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
G, next question. G, Vinod, you still have a question or your hand is raised from the previous question? Okay. Which of the following options should the project manager do next? Despite the team best effort, okay. Despite the team best effort to the team still have the item still remains there. We try to remove the still item is there. The retrospective reveals that all the impediments can be traced back to the mandatory corporate business processes. The question is almost the same, but a little bit different. Which of the following options should the manager do next? Increase the story of point estimates of the stories? No. Set to work with the process owner to streamline the procedures? Maybe. Like B is a very good option, seems like a very beautiful option. Give the team to train, get the team to train on business processes in the upcoming iteration. This would help them to work more autonomously. Okay, maybe. As a servant leader, resolve the pending issue while the team intends. No, that is not that thing. Okay, guys, now what is happening here? Now, this is one thing that will happen with you in the exam. And that is why we have to take a break. And that is why you need to train yourself for 180 question. Let me tell you, my mind is tired now. My mind is actually tired now. If my mind is tired and I am the person who is always reading the books, and I am the person always reading, sitting in front of the computer, what does that mean? And why my mind got tired? Every single question is coming long. For last 20 questions, the long questions are coming. This is a very important thing that you should do question in one go. If you have an option, like if you are doing 50 questions, do them in one sitting. If you are doing 60 questions, do them in one sitting. If you can. If you are always traveling and you don't have any other option, I understand. But you need to build stamina. You need to build stamina. I don't have that stamina. I don't have an exam that way. But when I was giving program management exam, the last exam I gave, guess in April, at that time, daily I was sitting for 5 hours to build that stamina. All of you need to build that muscle. Again, PMP exam is not just about one thing, it's multiple things. You may know every single thing, but after 120 questions, if your brain is not working, then what will you do? Am I making sense there? Right? Because I am feeling there. I'm drinking water continuously. Okay. I am, but my mind is actually saying like that. This is true because today I don't have stamina. I do 10 questions. I have been doing for long time only 10 questions with you guys. Today I'm doing this question, so I'm getting fatigued. This is very, very important. And that is why if you look my checklist, you have to do 180 questions. Actually, I can eliminate all those 180 questions and you will be still ready for the exam. Those 180 questions and then 210 questions of Agile are only for 1 month. Rania, you were asking me why after 60, why Umar was here. And many people do ask why we have to do 180 questions only for stamina. I could give only one test, 6 tests to build a stamina. Okay. So Jat I was thinking about your problem or your score. That can be one thing because you always give tests in one sitting. So we need
Yes,
to.
this is my problem actually. I get frustrated after some time. Continuously doing, then you become
Maybe
irritated.
what you can do, like muscles. You see, I'm a person who few months back could not used to train on 2 kg weight because that was the minimum weight there. But I was training with a trainer, and when I left back my home country and came here, I was training with 12 kg. And my younger brother came there and he said, I'm gonna tell mama that you can lift 19-liter bottle. That you can, if you are doing training with this, you can do that. Stamina. Practice. That's why I gave you 50 questions. You can, okay, maybe do 10 question after breaks. Once you build it, then start working on it. Yes, Rao, that is one of the important thing, the lengthy questions. This can happen to the exam. Now, this is the thing I love, talk about you. Suddenly I started talking to you, my mind got fresh. Now I can go back and solve the question. Acha ji. So A is not an option, D is not an option. There's no chance into that. Set to work with the process owner to streamline the process. Yes, this can secure the team coaching on the process. But what is the problem here? Despite the team best effort to address several items in the Kanban, the items still happen remain as it is. Okay, the impediment can be traced back to mandatory corporate process which introduce wait time. It's a corporate process and it's a mandatory. Okay, so let's see with the two options. Get the team trained on the business process with the upcoming iteration that would help them to work more autonomously. Okay, set to work with the process owner to streamline procedure. We cannot streamline the procedures because that is mandatory. This keyword changes the option B, eliminated the option B. Otherwise, B was a perfect answer. Mandatory. How can you streamline the procedure? That is mandatory. Okay. For example, there's a approval, FDA approval for a medicine or a things like that. You cannot do that. We need to work into that. No? Yeah. Batch 10, by the way, you are lucky people. This is the first time we are doing 60 questions in 1 month. Okay. And maybe it's lucky or it was laziness of your guys that you did not make mind maps. So maybe we make mind maps. Okay, next question. But I'm thinking maybe doing this after 2 weeks or after 1 month. I will take your feedbacks after that. What do you say? Should we do 60 questions after 2 weeks or after 1 month? Because every week I'm not gonna do. I know you guys will not come. You see, 48 were the starting point when we started. Now 28 people are in the class. Okay. Your team released the second MBI, MBI minimum business increment. Please understand the difference between MBI minimum business increment and MVP. MVP is minimum viable product, MBI is minimum business increment. Difference between them. What is the best way to handle these requests? Add them into the product backlog. Change request? No. No. Agile, straightforward. Okay. Next question. A was the right answer. Somebody put other answer, Prasanna? No, it was agile. You don't handle change requests in that way. No? You put that, all the change requests. Ajit, why did you got wrong, yaar? Nadeem, Ajit, it was an easy question. A stakeholder experience in a predictive method asks where to find the escalation process in adaptive life cycle. Adaptive life cycle is a change-driven life cycle. Okay, so escalation process is a communication thing. Communicate. Okay, the escalation process does not exist in adaptive life cycle. For all the people who put answer as D, adaptive also include hybrid. Adaptive also included hybrid. Okay, just want to put into that. Iteration review, no, that is never answer, yaar. How you can give anyone B answer? It has no correlation, yaar. How you put B answer? Daily stand-up is not for escalation. The two options were communication plan and D. Okay, A is the right answer. There was no other option. I don't know why even you selected other options. One business user proposed to add a new item into an ongoing. What is the best thing to do in this situation? Take an opinion from the project team, ask the user to wait for the iteration to finish, replace the planned backlog, submit the change. Now, this is a very interesting thing. Replace the planned backlog. He proposed it, yeah. He proposed it. Okay. Nadeem, Ajit, Ajit, unmute yourself here. I want to talk to you.
Yes.
Ajit, do we have a change control procedure in Agile?
But just few minutes ago, we mentioned that like if it is not mentioned anywhere, it could be hybrid, right? Okay. 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 Okay, sorry.
They don't have to mention agile. Some other keywords are also there. Na? So we don't have a change control procedure in agile. Secondly, he proposed. Okay, he proposed that. So, but it's not basically that when anyone proposes it, we don't need to take an opinion. Straightforward, we'll ask them to wait for the iteration to finish. It's an important concept. If anyone wants to add something into that, they will put it at the end of the sprint. If the question was something this, he said a new change is needed in the project, and if we don't add it now, it can cause a problem in the project. Then the answer would be put the change directly there. Okay, or discuss with the team or things like that. This question changes entirely. It's an important thing to understand. Rania, you put that it's B. Yeah, it's a B answer. G. Jinuman,
So, please go back to the back question.
you ask the question. No, what is your question?
Yeah, I was saying that he proposed a change. So why don't the development team will tell it will be added
Because
in
this is
the in this current
any change that is proposed in the when the
ongoing iteration.
In the ongoing iteration, it will always be added at the sprint end or sprint when the sprint reviews. That is a place where the change should be added. Unless the change is very important and you want to add into that, then you can work into that. Okay. We can put it in the product backlog. Okay, if they ask the change, if the option was there, we can put it in the product backlog. But the option is talking about the sprint backlog. Okay, we don't replace those things. No? Okay. Hussain, slow down here. You answer so quickly and then majority answers get wrong. When use elimination technique and slow down. Your team is in the middle of the 7th iteration and you observed a recurring trend of a particular type of defects. These defects are creating rework in the current iteration. What would you advise them? So something is causing again and again, again and again, again and again. Why you are not doing root cause analysis? No? Anyone putting any other answer? I don't understand that. Why you would put any other answer? Okay, that can be the answer. Again, that is the I'm not violating my elimination technique. That can be the answer. Start discussing defect. Discussing will not do that. Na? Reserve some time in retrospective for doing the root cause analysis. Yeah, again, that's a better answer. Reserve some capacity for rework. Rework is not allowed. We want to do a root cause analysis. Okay, we want to do a root cause analysis. So you see, A seems like a right answer, and I was gonna pick the answer. Okay, but then if you look at the C option, everyone who did not read the C option would pick the A option. Anyone who has not picked the A option, I would like to know why they are not doing it. Okay, I haven't said that this is the right answer. So you are in the mid of the 7th iteration and you observed a recurring trend that this defect is coming and these defects are creating rework in the current iteration. The problem is that now this has become an issue. We can reserve some time in the next iterations so that we can solve the problem. But the problem is now. Problem is now, end of today. C is a very beautiful answer. Okay, C is a very beautiful answer. But the problem is now. If I waited for the time in the retrospective, that's okay. But do I want the defect to keep moving forward? Do I want to have a rework? If I don't do root cause now, it means I have to do rework. I don't want to. I can stop everything and start working. I just don't want to. That is a very important. A is the right answer. Minimum.
Sir, actually, we are in the seventh iteration, and you observe a recurring trend. It's like you have been doing in the eighth iteration some work, and the recurring work is coming
You are in
again
the
and again.
seventh iteration. You are in
Yeah,
the mid of the seventh iteration. It's not. Yes,
He is
someone else
tutor.
is. Please, Gupta, mute yourself, yeah. Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
yeah. It means we have some time to cover these defects, so we
Why
can do in retrospective.
we can never do reworks. We don't want reworks. We immediately stop that thing and we want to solve that problem. We want to do the
No, I'm asking about C option, not the
I'm,
rework.
I'm saying the C option. Na? The retrospective will happen at the end of the seventh iteration. Okay.
Yes.
Retrospective, we are in the mid of the seventh. Let's say the sprint is 4 weeks. We are on the second week. Why do you want to wait 2 more weeks?
Yeah, that's clear now. That's clear.
Thank you. G, question number 80. What should the project manager do to improve the situation? A hybrid automobile project runs in an agile software track and a predictive electronics thing. So we have two things, electronic software track and a predictive electronics. Delay is a cumulative halfway into the project due to misaligned deliverables release between the two tracks. What should the project manager do to improve the situation? Develop an integrated project schedule for both. Yeah, that can integrate both things. Okay, hybrid thing. Improve communication by revisiting the communication plan. Okay, is it a communication issue? Let me look into that one more time. Conduct retrospective. Assign team leaders for both of them. Okay, so develop an integrated project schedule for both tracks. So hybrid project runs on an agile software track and a predictive electronic tracks. Software incidentally delays accumulate halfway into misaligned deliverable release between two tracks. Now the beautiful thing is that both of the answers are right. Integrated schedule, a schedule that can work in both way. But being said that, let me talk to someone. Okay, I haven't talked. Hassan sir? Hassan?
Yes.
Why A?
Because the keyword, in my opinion, is misaligned deliverable releases. So this means both project schedules are not aligned with each. But actually, in Agile, there is no schedule, right?
So now why you are changing your answer?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask someone else.
Yeah.
Okay. Ali Habib, can you talk?
Yes, I think it's like more of integration issue. if it is like integrated together, so both can be released together and
Yeah, 100% right.
a project.
Do we have an integrated schedule for Agile?
No, we don't.
We don't. So the only way is we can work in the communication. We can, if it's a hybrid project, this is an hybrid project. If there's something is missed, if we can communicate them properly, we can handle them, we can tackle those things. Communication, more communication, not less communication. I know many people face are getting down with the so many answers getting wrong, but this is an interesting part. PMP. Numan, we will be covering in 10-15 minutes maximum more. Okay. We'll do the question number 19. How should the project manager deal with the situation? On the last 7 iteration, Agile team has set out 7 items at 90% completion. Team estimate it will take just one more day to finish this iteration and they can achieve 100%. How should the project manager deal with this? Extend the iteration, okay? So you cannot increase the iteration day. Sajad sir, you cannot increase the, we discussed this thing. We cannot increase that agile. Once the agile is fixed, the duration is fixed, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, we cannot extend that. That is against the agile principle. We cannot seek advice from the stakeholders. Okay, recommend closing the iteration with current completion. Start the next iteration as per schedule without closing the current. We have to close the current iteration and then reiterate it. So A is not the right answer at all because we cannot do that, and C becomes the right answer. Okay, no, not D. C without closing. C. Question 80 answer was someone asking C. B is the right answer for question 80. Okay. G. Next question. Please solve the next question. How can such situation be avoided? During iteration planning, The team finds it difficult to estimate and plan some of the product backlog because these are not detailed enough. How can something is not detailed enough? Talk to the product owner straightforward. The product owner should define the test criteria. Okay, so this can be an answer. As per the agreement, no. As per the agreement, okay. The backlog item should be ready. No, should create a detailed requirement before discussing the no. So we need to discuss with the product owner how these requirements are, which requirements are there. Guys, why do you put the B answer? Like, I want to know what happened here in this question. The product owner is the one who explained the requirement. What was the confusion in this question? Product owner is the one who is explaining the requirement. He should define that, okay, this what acceptance criteria mean before putting it in the sprint backlog. So what was the confusion here? Are you guys tired about it, or what is happening here? This was not a difficult question here. Straightforward, who defined that, what is in the requirement? Okay, just put in the justification in the chat box. What is the requirement and how can we work into that? Now? This needs improvement here. Ji, next question. It should be an easy option. Agile team is tasked to build a smartphone application to support whatever. Unfortunately, the team cannot find volunteer. We could not find volunteer. What will be the way? We'll make the product or the basic version. We'll give it to the people. They will check it, and that will become our best product. B is that we don't have to do detailed requirement. No, we did not. The problem is we could not find the volunteer. So this cannot be the answer. This cannot be the answer. We will make the basic version. We will learn from it. That is basically how we can do multiple things in the product. What is it? So, this is not the answer. The product owner should not create a detailed requirement before discussing the way. He should define the test criteria, how we are going to discuss test it. No? So that was your question. Question number 84. Ajaji, what should the project manager do now? In the iteration review meeting, your team has received the following feedback. The stories are not on business priority. The team has not tested the story for compliance requirement. Overall, stakeholders are not satisfied with that. Work with stakeholder and take a formal and a detailed feedback. Okay. Work with the product owner to ensure requirement prioritization. Revisit the definition of done. Work with the project team in retrospective to identify the next steps. Where are we in the cycle of the sprint? Where are we? Put in the chat box. Where are we in the cycle of the sprint? The question said that where are we? Yaar, where are we? Hussain, planning, you are saying planning, that is not in the cycle of the sprint. Na? Sprint review. We are in the sprint review. Next step is retrospective. What should we do next? The question was next. All other things are confusing. Next. Guys, what is happening? Okay, last question. Sulman, how many questions we did? Like, what was the question number there? We actually did. Put someone please put how many questions we have done so far. 16. We skipped some question, Arya. We skipped some question. How many we have? 56 or 56? This is 56. Okay, just 4 more questions. Yeah, I want to complete. Okay, you are briefing about the agile approach. Your project is following the kickoff meeting. The marketing business asks for the project will validate scope. In agile, the question is asking validate scope. So what is validate scope? Validate scope is that client checks the deliverable. Client checks the deliverable. In agile, when the client checks the deliverable, sprint review, iteration review. Okay. Iteration review. Oh, majority has given the D answer. Good. Okay, that is drag and drop. I'm not doing that. Achaji, during the iteration, an agile team discovered that it is not feasible to implement one of the user acceptance criteria. What should the team do? Leave this user story and work on others. Discuss with product owner to find alternative. Put this user story back into a product backlog. Raise this in upcoming retrospective. First of all, it is not retrospective. We will not wait for the retrospective. Who gave the user story? The client gave the user story. Customer collaboration or contract negotiation. We will discuss with the product owner. Okay, we'll discuss with the product owner. G. Next question. Acha ji, what is the best course of action for the project manager? During the current sprint, the product owner availability has limited to the other commitments. Okay. Daily stand-up that team member complains they can't get answers from the product owner. As a result, the development of product increment is delayed. So product owner is not cooperating. What's the best course? Let the senior developer make the product decision. Okay, can be. Contact the product owner on the behalf of, yes. Mention the availability issue, review, no. Availability issue is a retrospective, no. Both of these options are right. Actually, both of these options are right, but this is a better option. This is a better answer than that. C is not the answer. Ali, we don't wait so long and that the entire sprint get wasted into that. G. Oh, 89 question. Yeah, please solve this question. It keep on going back. Sorry again. Acha ji, what might the project manager have done differently to avoid this situation? A new project manager has assigned to manage an agile project to develop various tools. Everyone involved in the project is new to agile methodology. During the review, the stakeholders are frustrated that the tools they needed the most are still in pipeline for future development. Means prioritization as problem. Prioritization as problem. Train the development team on how to select the user story from the sprint backlog. Yes. Explain the agile focusing on the development, the highest feature to avoid the last feature. Yes, that is more right answer. That is right. That is more right. Provide the product owner with training on how to prioritize. That is even better answer than that. Go look at that team. That is not the right answer. I need to look the question one more time. Sorry. A project manager. Okay. Everyone in the is new to the agile methodology. The executives are frustrated that tools they needed are still pipeline for future development. That's a product owner problem. He did not put the right priority here. So he should have put the right priority here so that the things could have come right there. So that's an important thing we need to look into that. So we need to work with the product owner to tell him the priority, how the priority can be set. Last question, ladies and gentlemen, for today, coaching call.
The arts and the discipline.
Okay, Ji. What could have helped you to avoid this perception? You and your project team hold a meet with stakeholder from a different country. Feedback after the meeting indicates that your project team felt that stakeholders were distant and they were not engaged. Whereas some of the stakeholders thought the project team were too pushy. Okay, so what is happening? You are unable to understand the culture awareness. You are like, it's not a political thing, it's not a virtual thing, it's not a conflict management. You are unable to understand the culture of the people, how the different people behave in a different culture. So that's it. I guess we did 60 questions. Right, guys? So first of all, I want to congratulate all of you. Very well done. This is called commitment. 48, we started with the coaching call with 48 people, 27 have left. This is what I call commitment. When you are committed to something, some of you are hungry, some of you are tired, some of you are sitting for like long time, but you are committed to get this thing done. I want to thank you, all of you, for sitting this and working on it. One thing I can tell you, if you keep on putting this commitment for a little bit, few more months, few more weeks, God forbid, few more months, few more weeks for different people, different day for few people, for few more days, for some few more weeks, I'll make sure that each and every one of you become certified. So thank you very much for joining. Thank you.